Okay, good. You got back. Let's see. So it's live. What I'm going to start doing now while we do this is go and tweet it out. Where's the tweeters? Okay.
And I can already see Ahmed has joined us.
Is that microphone any better?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, cool. That's my real microphone. Just unplugged it from the M1 into the laptop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. All right, so give me a minute here, everybody. Hi, everybody joining us. We're doing setup.
Let's quote tweet that again and saying,
okay, I just did too. Cool. I've got to let people know in our Slack. So let me do that now. I'm going to copy. This is going to go ahead and flip really fast. Boy, that 2 minutes is much faster than... Usually we have it set on like 5 minutes or something. It's like, wow, so fast. Let's see. I got 6 seconds. Can I get it done? There, I did. That was just enough time. All righty. Hey, everybody. Right. Thanks for joining us again. This is another working session. So we're going to call this our mob programming session. We've got 3 different things, blocks of things we're going to do today. We're going to work on the NPM Docker workflow. We're going to work on the handbook updates for how we do testing because we made some changes. Get that updated. And then we're going to start drafting some points, some key points that we want in the dev note. That's why we wanted the handbook updated, so we can also link to that, right? You are invited to collaborate with us, ask questions, be involved in the discussion, okay? So just talk to us in live chat, and we'll load you up and bring you into the total discussion. If you have a question, question, that way I can see it, okay? We have an open spot there. There are going to be people that come in and out of the sessions today. We've got multiple people we've invited. So just be patient. As you know, if you've been here before, I screw up the software a lot. So just be patient. Technical difficulties.
There's nothing wrong with it being a live session.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Hey, you get to see workflows. And guess what? In workflows, you screw up sometimes. So I do that a lot. Yeah. Welcome.
Okay.
Let's go. Go ahead, Juliette.
As long as we then correct it, obviously.
So we'll go around and introduce ourselves, and then when others join us, we'll have them stop and introduce themselves too, so you all know who's here. So, Juliette, introduce yourself.
I'm Juliette Reinders Folmer, and I'm a developer, PHP developer. I've been one of the people who's been driving the change to make the core test suites compatible with multiple PHPUnit versions. And we're going to talk about that workflow now for the rest of the session. So, yeah.
Cool. Stephen, introduce yourself.
Hi, Stephen Edgar, Melbourne, Australia. Been involved with WordPress for 15 years or so. Bit of a focus on the build and test tools, so it's been great to watch these recent changes come in from largely driven from Juliette. Pretty awesome to get all that stuff, so help drive that forward. And yeah,
great.
Happy to have you here.
Yeah, it's nice to have you on this side versus just in the live chat. So yeah. And I'm Tonya Mork. Hi. Let's see, you all know me. If you found me, so you all know me. So let's see. Juliette, you want to introduce the ticket? What do you want to do? Do a screen share, introduce the ticker, or you just want to talk about it?
Well, basically, I mean, let's have a brief reiteration of what we did before. Basically, we introduced an external dependencies, the PHPUnit polyfills to WordPress for enabling running the tests across different PHPUnit versions. That means we can now run the WordPress core test using PHPUnit 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And we can write the tests using PHPUnit 9, using snake case method names for fixture methods, and then they will run all the way back to PHPUnit 5 without further changes. So all of that, it has been sorted. That does mean now that Composer install needs to be run before someone can run the test. You can still run them with a PHPUnit var file. That's fine. You can also run them with vendor bin PHPUnit. And you can run them via npm or via Docker, but for those workflows, some changes are still needed to make it as easy as possible for people, to have as little impact on the existing workflows of contributors. So basically what we're going to be looking at first now is what can we do to prevent them having to, people will use the Docker installs or use npm to run the test. How can we make it easier for them so this becomes like a change which is invisible to them and they can just continue using their existing workflow?
I think that's a great way to say it, invisible to them. So if npm is what is in the README, it's in the docs, it's in, right? So this is what we've been using for folks who are still using it. We don't want any changes for them. You still do your npm install, your npm run build dev, you still do all of those steps. We just abstract away and put behind the scenes in the script to be able to run Docker and install all the dependencies. So it's ready to go when you do npm run test : PHP. Okay.
Yeah. That's basically it. And I'm definitely not an expert on npm or on Docker. So we've asked some people to join us to help us figure out what needs to be done and how to do it. And Stephen is one of them. And I've actually just posted in the chat a link to the ticket, which is where these things are being discussed and where the patches will go. So if anyone wants to pull that up on their screen to have a read through what's been discussed before, they can.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'll try to put some links in there too for everybody. Let's see, where are we?
Stephen, you left a comment that you were basically experimenting with basically running the Composer install, or rather, I think it should be Composer update within the Docker container. And the reason why I'm saying Composer update is because if people have got a Composer install in place already, even though we do not have a Composer log file anymore, they may still have a local Composer log file which is not committed, and a Composer install will just reinstall what was installed the previous time instead of update to whatever changes have been made in Composer JSON or whatever new versions are available. So I think it needs to be Composer update. Stephen, you want to share what your experiences were so far?
You're still muted.
Your sound is muted.
Here comes Jonathan.
There we go. This happens at least 3 times a day. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've been trying to do it on my M1 Mac. And,
while he's taking a look at that, Stephen, we can hear you now finally. Hey, let me just stop and introduce Jonathan. Introduce yourself. Welcome, by the way, so folks that are watching live know who you are.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jonathan Desrosiers. I'm a full-time core contributor sponsored by Bluehost. I'm also a build and test tool maintainer as well.
Cool. Alrighty. Sorry about that, Stephen. So back to you.
Yeah, so it didn't work on my M1 Mac, but I'm on my Intel laptop at the moment, and so the patch is kind of working. Not sure about the Composer update versus Composer install, mainly because it's all inside a Docker container, so it's not local. Probably after, like you, Juliette, I'm not that great with Composer and Docker and all that. Composer, I'm all right on. But potentially after if you've already got the environment set up locally, and then you apply this patch, and Composer install might not get that, but it looks like it's hung again on my Intel laptop, the patch that I have there. So
yeah, I ran it before we started on one of my machines, and it went through, and mine is a Mac Intel as well. Went through fine. I'm just now putting it on another machine to see if it goes through fine as well. Jonathan, we're talking about on the ticket I shared with you yesterday with the NPM workflow, and Stephen had put in a patch. It wasn't running, even the NPM wasn't running at all for him on M1. He switched over to Intel, and it ran for me. It runs sometimes for him. Have you had a chance to run it at all or take a look at it yet, Jonathan?
Not the patch specifically, but I mean, I use the Docker environment all the time to do contributing. I know specifically to the M1 Mac, I know that there are a few tickets on track related to that.
Doesn't know, like I didn't. M1 is a new a processor for Apple computers.
Correct.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Let me see here. What's the best way to share like a link for everybody?
You could put it into the live chat. Do you have that open on YouTube at all? If not, share it with me in Slack, and I'll share it.
Okay. Yeah. I'll share one of
those
tickets.
Here we go. Okay, I'll share that. Yeah. Hold on one sec. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that one.
There was another one I thought as well. But there were some issues in general with Docker and the new Mac processors. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's still a few kinks there.
Yeah.
I don't have an M1 myself, so I can't really debug that or contribute to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have workarounds for most things.
And on AMD, but I don't use Docker, so I don't actually even have Docker installed. I can run npm if it helps any. But...
Well, I'm kind of wondering, like, Sergey, I see you out there in live chat. We're going to bring Sergey in and out later today, too. Anybody else who's on a different system than a Mac, Intel, like a Windows system, try it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm actually running it on my Intel Mac laptop at the moment. And I'm facing the same problem. So.
Oh, bummer.
Maybe the people who are watching could share what systems they're on and whether they can run the script for test. Sergey is saying he's on Windows with AMD as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Composer install finishes, and on the last prompt I have at the moment is use the Composer fun command to find out more. So that's typically the end of the Composer commands.
Well, you could possibly try running it silently. Let me see what the command is for that. I don't know everything by heart either. Something like no interaction or quiet, and see if that helps any to get past the bump. Let me check.
So that's
no interaction. -N.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I'll put a debug step in there to echo the WP CLI info at the end of the Composer process. And it's just not getting to that.
Stephen, can you try to run with -- quiet or and -- no interaction? let me share the link to the Composer global options. I think those two might get you past. Well, at least it's an option, or we should try to see if that gets you past the bump. Sergey is saying that it runs on npm but not on Docker, but that we're trying the Docker workflow now because we haven't even adjusted the npm workflow to do Composer install yet, I think. So I don't think...
So we don't need to adjust the npm workflow. We should be able to keep the documentation exactly the same and just handle it all inside this install script. As Tonya said, it works for her.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to run it again on another system. So.
But does npm install Composer, run a Composer install then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all inside the Docker container.
Yeah, but npm can be run outside of Docker.
Yeah, but we actually, in this case, we need it to run inside of Docker.
Yeah, except that's why I'm wondering whether npm, as it can be run outside of Docker, should still need adjusting.
Why does npm need to run inside Docker?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, npm is just setting up the processes for Docker to install the parts in the containers. So when I'm running the npm start environment part, that's then triggering Composer inside the Docker container, I believe.
Yeah, but you have basically, if I look at the old instructions in the handbook, running the test suite, seriously, those instructions are well out of date. We'll look at those later. But it basically says run npm install and then run npm run npm run build, run watch, stuff like that, and that's independently of Docker. That's completely outside of the Docker environment, and we want those commands to work basically transparently and without people needing to change their workflow to that. Those commands will still work. In other words, Composer install would need to be run from those.
No, so the Composer install is running via Docker compose exec. So it's actually running inside the container based on the patch that I have. And so... Yeah,
there's two different workflows. There's a workflow via Docker and a workflow via npm.
The standard workflow to get the environment up and running doesn't need any modifications. But what we need to do is inside the PHP container and the WordPress container is we need to be able to install the changes from the WordPress Composer JSON, which then installs the polyfills inside the Docker container. And so that's what my patch is trying to do. And when I was trying to test that patch, either on the M1 Mac or on the Intel Mac, the Composer process of the WP environment doesn't complete. And that's still the case for me now. But that Composer install process is running inside the PHP Docker container.
Yeah. So we're just talking about the Docker workflow now, not so much the npm workflow. Well, I did solve this in the CI when we did the original patch, because obviously in the CI, when we're running GitHub Actions in the workflows, we also need to fix this. And at that time, obviously, the Docker containers hadn't been updated to do this automatically. So I can pull up the commit to show what we did there, if that helps any. Would it help? Stephen, would that help?
possibly this all might be just literally my environment. When you ran it earlier, Tonya, you said that it completed.
Yeah, and I just ran it again on a different machine, and it completed again.
And so when you run that, it doesn't default to the test, does it?
What about instead of, it looks like in your patch you're running Docker Compose exec.
Yes.
In our GitHub action workflows, we're running, and in some of our other commands, we're running Docker Compose run. What if you changed it to that locally? Would that succeed for you?
I'm just running it with the no interaction at the moment, as Juliette suggested, in case there's a hidden prompt in the background there. But and I use Docker Compose exec because the rest of that file is already using Docker exec.
Got it. Okay, so it's not.
And look, if it's completing the install for Tonya, that kind of sounds like my environment rather than an issue with the patch. I think getting confirmation of that from someone else would be good.
Yeah, if someone else is also watching and you can test this with us, share your results, as well as the panel that's here today working on things. I know Juliette doesn't have Docker on her machine, but maybe Jonathan and John. Hey, by the way, John has come into the house. Let's just take a moment. I said every time somebody pops in, we'll take a moment, stop. John, introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, John.
Nice to see you all again. I'm John Blackbourn. You might know me better as John Billion in the WordPress world. I'm one of the core committers. We had what I thought was a very productive session a few weeks ago, talking about all the test infrastructure setup. So I hope that this discussion so far has also been productive. I'm going to be a little bit in and out because I'm working today and I've got a few calls, but I'll follow along. Good to see you all.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you came in at the right time, by the way, because, you know, as we started this isn't necessarily Juliette and mine's wheelhouse, so having the three of you here with us is a good thing as we try to hash out what do we need to do here. I just erased, Stephen, I just erased everything and restarted it again. This time I'm trying it with the no interaction just to see if it also works for me.
And I've just posted a link in the chat, Stephen, where you can see the commit with the changes we did to get things running with the Composer install for the GitHub Actions workflows. And you can see, if you look in the first workflow, that's the PHPUnit test one, you can see we use Docker Compose run --rm php composer and then update, and then depending on the PHP version, it might have ignore platform requirements there as well.
That worked for me too, Stephen. So 2 machines working good. I would love if anybody else could try this out and give some feedback. If we're trying to isolate it, that it's just Stephen's setup, or is there something we're missing here?
It's a reverse works on my machine.
Yeah. just one person. So let's make sure it works for everybody.
That would be great.
I'm getting set up so I can test that shortly.
Yeah, same. I had to have npm install again. It's just taking a little bit.
Yeah, since we're also streaming, it takes a little bit longer to pull everything down.
Should I put a branch online with the change which Stephen made so people can just check out that branch via Git?
Sure.
Would that help anyone?
Yep, that would help. Go for it.
Let me just do that.
Where, by the way, you guys. We're here to kind of help with some of these things so that you all can be discussing and testing, and we can just poke questions and do some of the admin stuff to help out. So anybody who's watching this, if you've got a Windows machine as well and you're using Docker in the npm workflow, can you try it as well for us and give us feedback? That was a little quieter, Juliette.
Yeah, I toned down the noise a lot. I do listen to feedback. I try.
Stephen, have you already talked about like which version of Docker you're running, and to eliminate any potential problems there?
I haven't. Tried
Because
earlier.
there was an issue with the Docker.
It didn't work.
Compose, wasn't it?
So I updated Docker to the latest. I'm running on Intel. I'm running Docker 3.6.0. Build 6.7.
3.6. Let's see. Let me check both my machines. I got one that's running 3.5.2 Docker. Let me check the other one.
That's what I'm on as well.
Yeah, I've posted a link to a branch on GitHub, which got the change which Stephen proposed in the ticket. So with the additional change of changing Composer install to Composer update. Okay. So if anyone wants to test it, and they can just check out this branch.
That's interesting. Yeah, both of mine are both at the 3.5.2 version.
I'm still on Docker 2.3.
It's okay. Let's see if it runs.
Why is everyone laughing? Is that way out of date? I don't know. I don't follow Docker versions too closely.
What version of Composer is Docker? It's being used in the Docker container. Let me ask that one as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. It could be 1 or 2.
And a new version was released only a few days ago. With a bug, by the way, which we introduced. We're fixing that.
How do I destroy the environment?
Try again. Yeah.
Destroy.
Jonathan, do you know which version of Composer is in the Docker containers?
It should be 2. I can look at the last time that they were created.
We should be safe until I think 2.2 for Composer. Out of that point, we will need to differentiate which version to install based on PHP version, because they're going to be dropping support for PHP below, I think 7.2. Yeah. But yeah, they're currently still supporting PHP 5.3 and up, so you might as well use Composer too.
My patch is only trying to run Composer install without touching any other part of the configuration. So I genuinely think it should work if the rest of the environment works.
Using your patch as it is, it also hung for me. But if I changed it to run instead of exec, it actually works. I'm not sure why.
Cool. Let's try that.
Yeah. Shall I just use the same command as we used in the actual patch? in the CI.
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
The dash rm PHP composer update. So
the RM is it stops and removes the container when the command completes. So I'm wondering if I'm pretty sure that's what that does. So I'm wondering if the exec is just leaving the container open and running, and so that might be why it hangs.
What's the dash T do in Docker Compose?
I'm not sure.
The dash capital T, which was used previously.
Documentation.
I've updated the online branch, so if anyone wants to try that, they should be able to. Oops, one typo. Fix that now. Updated.
Where's this branch at that you have?
I posted it in the chat.
Let's see. Let me go back.
Yeah, for some reason our comments aren't being shown in our chat window on the right, but they are being shown in YouTube. That's the GitHub JRFNL WordPress develop official tree test track and then a number and then Docker update branch. If you go to my fork of WordPress and go to branches, it's the top branch.
Okay.
Maybe what?
Yeah, T is not listed when you.
No, I can't find it either.
Yeah. Do you remember where? Oh, I see. That's in the importer command.
I'm going to search now as well.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'm just going to keep trying to run it here. See if it helps on mine.
Yeah, I just redid using run instead of execute, and it worked again. So I think that might be.
But with the dash capital T or with the dash lowercase rm?
Or both.
I have both right now.
Okay.
Well, I kept the T. I just swapped execute for run. It seems to have worked.
Well, hey, if it worked for you as well, then at least we've got 3 people now saying it works. So this seems like a valid change, and a change which will be valuable for people.
That's the fun bit of working with Docker, trying to inspect what's actually going on inside the containers.
Yes.
So the T is specific to the exec command. It disables sudo tty allocation, which is enabled by default for the exec.
I nearly guessed that's what it was, but I didn't say it because we have that tty problem in the Node scripts and things as well. You have to reuse the tty, so it makes sense.
But if we're using
I'm
run,
looking at the Docker exec page now, but it doesn't list the uppercase T, just the lowercase t.
You have to go specifically to Docker Compose exec, like the command, that specific command stocks.
Okay. I was in Docker exec, not Docker Compose exec. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. Let me just post a link for anyone who's asking about, wondering and wants to look it up themselves. So I've done that now, and I'm going to post a link to the run command in the chat as well.
There you go.
So
I just posted a screenshot of PHPUnit running the tests on the trunk branch of GitHub checkout. So that's running polyfills on. Working like I hoped it would.
yay!
Things are a little slow on mine just because I'm also doing the live stream part of it. So pulling all the dependencies down is taking a little bit longer.
But having gotten confirmation now, Stephen, I think this is a valid patch. Do you want to pull it? Because it's your change basically.
Yep, yours.
But with Composer update, not Composer install, I think. And with the run instead of the exec.
Stephen, are you doing that run without the --rm?
So at the moment I've got docker -compose space run space -T PHP Composer install no interaction. So it's a bit of a hybrid command at the moment.
Okay.
Does the -T do anything?
Symphonies. No, probably not for the run command, just for the exec.
So I ran what Jonathan posted there with the run instead of exec with the -rm and the -T work for me on.
Yeah, except
This
the
machine.
-T wasn't something which. Oh, it is. It is still supported with run. It's not just for exec. Okay.
Yeah.
We might
Symphony's
actually
just
not
thrown a
need the-
timeout in the middle of the test there, so.
What's that, Jonathan?
Inspection doesn't need to do, but
We might not actually need the RM. The RM probably came from the CLI command. Like it was probably a bad copy paste at some point. So I'm wondering if for these PHP commands, if we really need the remove. So I'm just testing to see like what actually happens. It does remove the container, but the files are still there. So it makes sense with the CLI container because you want to run the command and then get rid of the container. And the PHPUnit container is the same because you run the test and then you don't need it anymore. But it might make sense to leave the PHP container. So I'm trying to figure out what happens there.
Okay.
This is why we want the Docker experts in this session.
Yes.
I would not classify myself as that.
Well, you're definitely a lot more expert than me. What was the saying? I presume there's a similar saying in English. In Dutch, we have a saying, in the land of the blind, one eye is king.
So everybody watching, we said this was a working session. So you see us actually working.
Yeah. Working things out, working out the solutions to difficult problems. Mm-hmm. Which may just, be a change of two characters sometimes.
Might be.
Those two characters make all the difference.
That's right. Yeah, since our goal for this is not just that it works on my machine or any of the people here, but that it works for all of our contributors as well. It's good that you're all here with us too, if you can test. All contributors who use this workflow. Sorry, Juliette's
and
like...
all contributors who do not use M1, the Apple M1 track.
Which we know we have other issues we need to deal with there, yeah. Which is outside the scope of this today, yeah.
Yeah, outside of our sphere of influence in the first place.
M1 works at work, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, when it works, it's
PHPUnit
amazing.
just finished for single site.
So that looks... Yes, just completed installing for me as well. Oh, did you run a test, Stephen?
Yeah. So the test suite's finished and passed. Symfony threw a timeout exception. That could literally just have been a timeout. So I'm running again to see if it's...
Where do you see
that in the Slack core test? So I've dropped that in Slack in core test. So it could be because we're streaming and I may have timed out on that.
You were saying something about
running the external.
Stephen.
Yes, I posted the error message in Slack in the core test channel.
Oh, okay. I need to open my laptop.
Yeah, open your other one to see that, Juliette. Yep.
Yeah. Because we're not using Symfony, so I'm very curious to see what this message is about then.
It's a Symfony component process exception, process timeout.
But that sounds like something which might be related to the Docker container again then. Because the core tests themselves, nor the polyfills, have any dependencies on Symfony.
Right.
So...
It looks
like there's one dependency in Symfony for polyfill C-type functions.
But again, that's not from... Oh, that might be PHPUnit core. Hang on, let me check that. I can check that.
Awesome.
That's something...
Running the test suite again, it's got past it this time without throwing the exception.
Right.
So.
Yeah, okay, so PHPUnit itself looks to have a dependency on the Symfony polyfill C-type package.
I don't know what's doing a git branch though in the middle of the tests.
What PHP version are you on? And it shouldn't be doing that in the first place, but still, it's helpful to know. John, what PHP version are you on when you see git branch?
No, I was reading Stephen's error message there. The timeout exception is caused by a process that's trying to run git branch.
Oh, so that would have been done from the importer install then, but that doesn't make sense. Well, it was run within the tests. Do we check any? We don't do any git operations during tests, do we?
We don't do any git operations in the test, as far as I know.
I wonder if that is that an error message coming from an async command that only just finished timing out? Like, is that come from the install command and it's only just...
oh, yeah.
That's 5 minutes. 300 seconds is 5 minutes.
Timestamps your time.
When you go to your local checkout, do you have the WordPress importer checked out to the PHPUnit data plugins folder? if that was what failed, because we do use Git to check out the importer. If that was what failed, it won't be in that folder.
And to be quite fair, if I look at this message, it actually, I have a slight suspicion it might be from Composer itself, from when that something in the background was still running from the Composer install command.
Yeah, I think it must be that. There's nothing in the tests that's going to be doing a Git branch.
Yeah.
No, because they're kind of PCS agnostic.
Looks like
with this, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have the importer. It's not in the branch, so that's what's happened there. So I tried to pull in the WordPress importer, it's timed out. And just thrown that exception through halfway through the tests.
That makes sense to me.
Second run of the test suite's just hit 75% with no warnings or errors thrown. So.
Well, if you don't want to run, you don't actually need to run the complete test suite to get an impression of whether it worked. You can just
one
use
of the groups.
Yeah, or just -- filter and something.
Just the fact that it threw an exception before, I just let it run the whole suite.
Yeah. But an exception which is unrelated to the actual tests.
Mm-hmm.
So the test.
So theoretically, that patch will get the polyfills working inside the Docker containers. It just needs a bit more verification and testing for multi-site and the other groups, but it should work.
I just got an error.
Something like 07, and I don't know what the 07 refers to. Anyone else got a clue?
Maybe that was cat walking on the keyboard.
Could be.
So I just got an error. So I ran npm run env install. That was all fine. Then when I run npm run test PHP, I get an error that says version mismatch detected for the PHPUnit polyfills.
And this is why you need to run the composer update instead of composer install. Because you're
in install.js
in Docker PHP container there, so it's not actually updating.
We've removed the composer log file, but that means that if you run composer install locally, then you will still have a composer log file. It just won't be committed. It'll be git ignored. Mm-hmm. But if you then run composer install again, Composer will look at the log file and install exactly what's in the log file instead of updating to whatever change we made in the Composer JSON. So you need to run Composer update to get the latest versions.
So install.js, it needs to be Composer update.
The Composer command that we're talking about is running inside of a Docker virtual machine. It's not running on your local machine.
Yeah, but why is John then running into this issue? Because otherwise...
No, it's the same, because you may still already have that PHP container there. So the existing virtual machine has already run Composer install, and so running it again isn't changing anything.
So the log file is still in the same place.
So potentially one of the... So even though we're not sort of changing the steps with the npm commands here, the potential breaking change is that if you already have been running the Docker environment for your WordPress setup, you should destroy it before we upgrade. And that's kind of a way of just getting people a clean virtual machine that this runs inside of.
Well, the log file itself is still in the same place, isn't it? the lock file that's causing a
the
problem.
virtual machine is mounted to the same directory as your checkout, and the files are the same, right? So when you run it, whether you run Composer install outside or inside of the virtual machine, it's going to update the same directory.
Catherine Reeves just made a really valid comment in the chat, and it is something which we should probably make sure we use. We shouldn't just use Composer Update, but Composer Update -W, which basically means with all dependencies. So that dependencies of dependencies are also being updated. Otherwise, it just updates the top level things. And that's a very valid comment, and I think it would be good to make sure the command includes that.
We should only be installing Composer dependencies that we define.
Yeah, except that PHPUnit is now PHPUnit is now a dependency of the polyfills, and and PHPUnit has its own dependencies as well. So we define our dependency as the PHPUnit polyfills, and depending on the PHP version, the right PHPUnit version will be installed, and the right dependencies of PHPUnit will be installed. But that will only be updated with the update command if we update it with all dependencies. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I guess the thing I'm just wanting to ensure is that we're only updating the dependencies inside of Docker if we have updated them in the main Composer file, so that we're not inadvertently installing newer dependencies from a new release of the polyfills inside of the Docker container.
Yes, we actually made sure of that by the way when we remove the Composer log file. I understand your concern. Your concern is basically that we don't update newer versions of dependencies. The way we've done it is in the Composer JSON, we've set the version constraints quite strict. So that, for instance, the WordPress coding standard, if a new version gets released, it won't automatically update because we want to manage that update. And that, because those version constraints in the Composer JSON are quite strict, the Composer update will still respect those version constraints. It will not go and change those version constraints. It will still stay within those constraints.
Cool.
So,
who says WordPress can't do semantic versioning?
But does that still quieten your reservations about it?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So we need to ensure that we use those type semantic versionings inside WordPress core, and ensure that somebody doesn't.
Well, all the dependencies we use, which aren't that many anyway, but all the dependencies we use within WordPress core at this moment as dev dependencies all use semantic versioning. The only project in this list of names which doesn't is WordPress core itself. So all the other projects use semantic versioning. We're okay there. And for John's information, the reason why you were getting that message about you're not on a high enough version, Pascal made a really valid remark not too long ago about saying like, yeah, but what if we need to at some point make sure that a certain version of the polyfills is being used or within a certain range. So the polyfills were adjusted to contain a version number. And we then changed the version of the polyfills WordPress requires to make sure that that version number is available. And you were still on the version just before that, so.
Yeah, I still had my old Composer lock file. Yeah, I just changed the install.js to do a update-w, and that worked fine. I'm now running the tests. Got a few errors coming out, but they're running, so I'm going to let that finish and see what it says.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, so I just updated to, let me see what I updated to. I've got the docker-compose run-t, capital T, PHP composer update-w, capital W. I just ran it on 2 machines and works fine on my machine. But it did pull everything down without error and ran the tests. So that's good. How about for you, Stephen? Or is that what runs for you? Have you tried one of those?
Stephen, you're muted again.
Oops. Yep. No, it's working for me on the Intel Mac, and I'm about to YOLO try it on the M1. We'll see how it goes.
Place your bets on that one.
How much faster does the test suite run on your M1?
I haven't got it to run yet.
Hasn't got it to run at all.
That's the question.
Even before this change. So, yeah.
I know a particular company that has a DXP that it's very good on the M1.
Let's run all the tests and see what happens. Why not?
Kat is sharing some more composer tricks in the chat as well. For those people who are interested in learning some more things about composer.
I just put it up on the screen for everybody to see that comment from Kat.
And that last one, the DU, is the dump autoload. Okay, so where are we? We've got it running on everyone who's testing, and the machines of everyone who's testing.
Yeah, I think we were using different commands, though. That's I'm kind of curious where we're landing on. We know that we want the run instead of the execute command. But how about for composer? I've got composer update dash capital W. What do you all have?
Same here.
Okay. Jonathan, yeah. Stephen?
Yeah, same.
Okay, so that's what we're going with.
Okay, I just ran the whole test suite and it worked on mine. And Jonathan, or John, you were asking time. I read mine at 2.76 minutes on my machine here.
I didn't time mine.
Oh, but
It's not an M1.
PHPUnit itself, so you can always see the time at the bottom. Well, at some point in the bottom end of the run. Let me see where it would display.
5.8 minutes. It's right under the
Yeah.
all the dots.
So,
Okay, so I should be really happy with my AMD processor because I'm on 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Or 2.17.
I'd love to know why things do run considerably slower in Docker. On my machine, that test suite runs in under 2 minutes, like straight on my machine, and then it's approaching 3 times slower in Docker. But that seems to be. I mean, I see that anyway. Like running the site through the Docker container, the site itself is slower than running it on a bare machine.
Yeah. Catherine points out depends on how and why where it runs. And clearly Docker, if running it via Docker is not as great. And she's adding an extra comment now. Like if you're using NFS for container linking file system, you may get slower results if you have more network activity. John, does that help any?
No. I mean,
are you still using Docker version 2, John, or did you update that?
Yeah, no, I'm on Docker 2. What did I say? 2.3, I think. Well, the reason I hadn't updated Docker is because there were issues with Mac OS. Big Sur, so I hadn't updated. 3 didn't work on Big Sur, did it? So I just stayed on 2.3. But yeah, I'll do an update of that soon.
Okay.
I think there's potentially a setting in Docker Desktop where you can change to an experimental version of how it does file sharing. It's removed in the latest version, but there's actually another. There's a newer experimental file sharing option that uses an app called Mutagen that speeds up that container file system performance. That's actually available in Altus.
Yeah, I've seen Ryan talking about that in Altus. Okay.
But taking all things together, I think we have a command which is workable and which works for everyone who's tried it. Stephen, as you created the patch basically, do you want to pull it and actually put the patch into the ticket so this can get committed?
Yep, can do.
That would be awesome.
So
Tonya, you're muted.
There's an extra step there that I haven't commented on the ticket yet. So whilst with this patch, there's no changes to the actual commands needed to run and get PHPUnit running.
Right.
And there's kind of an inferred statement there that you don't need to install Composer, and so that was one of the things that we tried to avoid.
Right.
But for the most part, if you want to run the coding standards, you're still going to need to add those composer commands.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
And if people want to run it locally outside of Docker, they still have to do that as well. But that's something we'll address with the handbook changes.
Right.
For those people who do use the composer the Docker workflow, at least for those people, it'll be an invisible change in a lot of ways with this patch in place. They don't need to change their workflow.
I mean, we could add an NPM.
As the word flow at the moment. So.
Sorry, both Stephen and John were trying to say something.
Yes.
Go on, Stephen.
First.
Yeah, so the coding standards and the composer commands are just not documented at the moment. I think, as John was just about to say, we can put an npm alias in there.
Yep.
So that would be good to add to the documentation, except that is not something we're going to address in this session. Let's try and keep the focus on the tests for today.
Yep.
I do agree that's a good thing to point out, and I think Francesca is working on improving the docs, so we might want to drop a comment in Slack to Francesca to point out that this should probably be documented as well.
Yeah, it's something I've already talked to her about, but just so for folks who are listening, what Francesca and the test team is doing is they're going through and auditing everything involved in test across all the different handbooks, getting an audit, and then we're going to start working on making sure that there's good step-by-step instructions, how-to instructions for different types of setups that people use so that all contributors can pick the one they want that works best for them and then come contribute to testing.
And this is obviously outside the scope of testing, but
Correct.
You still need to make sure your patches validate against the coding standards. So it's a very valid remark from Stephen. Stephen, do you want to leave a comment in the docs channel or wherever we need to drop this to make sure someone knows to update the handbook for this? Or do you want to ping me at another time and we'll do it together?
I'll find this place to put it.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, so before we move forward, does everybody agree with the patch, with the command that we've all tested?
John had a remark, I think, before we do that. John?
No, my remark was just going to be that we could add an npm script that is essentially just a wrapper to run PHPCS, like we've got for PHP and E2E.
That's kind of the at the moment there's still a lot of grunt, predominantly grunt tasks within core, but the end goal is to move away from grunt and just have npm scripts for it.
And there would need to be a grunt. So like we've got npm run test PHP and npm run test E2E. So we just add another one for PHPCS, and that way you wouldn't need Composer installed locally, because that could go through the container.
But people use the Composer container, obviously.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it would still be valid to also have a command in as a script in the Composer JSON file, so for people who don't use npm, don't use Composer of Docker, and just use Composer. I mean, I'm a PHP developer. Why would I use npm when I don't actually need to build all the JavaScript?
Oh yeah, I agree. I just thought the intention of this sort of exercise was to not add Composer as a absolute requirement to somebody who wants to run everything. So yeah, I agree. Juliette, definitely have a Composer script for it. Yeah. But then we could have the npm script that wraps it, calls it through the container.
Absolutely. Basically, we're facilitating that people who use different workflows each have the commands available in an easy way. Absolutely.
Right. And those scripts already exist in the composer.json file. So there's a lint command in there right now that runs.
Yeah.
Yep. That reminds me, the output of that lint command is not very useful when you're running it locally because it.
It should have the full report. Then
Yeah,
again,
it does summary,
what
doesn't it?
I should do is actually add, differentiate there. On the one hand, these are the commands which are basically used in the GitHub Action workflows. But we should have once we're running locally, and more than anything, and this is a pro tip for anyone who runs, who has an install which is Git based. Basically, just get your Git commit of a hook set up. If you have a Git pre-commit hook, you can have a pre-commit hook which basically does, and I'm going to type it out in the chat, filter Git staged. And I need to make sure that I capitalize it correctly, because on Windows it's case insensitive, but on other systems it's not. If you use phpcs -- filter is git staged, then only those files which are staged will be scanned, which will make the phpcs scan significantly faster. And you can, if you use that in your pre-commit hook, then you can't commit anything unless it's actually passes your phpcs check. So that, again, is something which I definitely think is a valid improvements to which we could make to the workflow, but outside of today's scope.
Let's come back to John had made a statement about scope of work. You're right, John. We do want to make sure that those who run the npm workflow, and for those who don't know, that's npm install, npm run build, :dev, then we run the environment and start, install, and then you can run all the different commands that you need. So you didn't have to do a composer install if you want to run that particular workflow, and then that runs through the Docker. We do want to do that. We were kind of focusing today on the testing changes so that we could get tests to run, and then getting the handbook up to date, so then we can also finish this up and get the dev note published for extenders out there. But yeah, that would also be good to come back and get the linting side of things also up and running for the coding standards. Okay.
One thing I wonder,
Sure.
is it worth it to run the composer command before running the PHPUnit command? So I blew out my vendor folder to kind of do some testing, and then I forgot to reinstall Composer, or I forgot to run Composer env install before I ran the tests again. And so I'm wondering if when you run test PHP, if it would be good to check. So
that's already being done in the bootstrap, Jonathan. That's the bootstrap of the tests will check if the files which we need from Composer are available.
Right.
And if not,
but what I'm suggesting is, should we try to install them if they're not there before the person runs the tests, as like a so that they don't run into that failure?
Yeah, so if they went and deleted things and then they're just trying to run the test, they get the error message and they're like, wait a minute, I have to install Composer?
Yeah.
Wait, what do I need to do? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they don't necessarily want to run the install command again, because that would wipe their install and start over.
Yeah.
And so if they pull the changes and then they need to run a test,
Good idea.
they would have to either manually do it, or they would need the test command to do it for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that sounds very valid. Who is
Can we
familiar?
run that as a pre-install npm hook? So before,
You could do it.
so you'd have you'd add another command, test : php _ pre-install, and that would run Composer install before that.
We could do it in the test PHP command. We could just run include a second command. We might.
Yeah.
So with npm, every command script that you have there, you can add an extra hook on the end of pre-install, and that's sort of cascades those commands. So it's identical as running the second command inside that command. So before you run tests:php, it'll run a pre-install command. It'll run that script before you run that. So there's pre-installs and post-installs that you can do in that method.
So who's familiar enough with npm to set this up?
Yeah, and that just saves having those big long commands in that single command. You can sort of chain those commands there to be cleaner.
Cat does
Catherine has a good point though, that it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't make a difference though. They would still have to run the npm install command, I believe, if I understood that correct.
Yep. Yeah, so you still keep that same workflow between the third and fourth npm commands. A sort of a silent command runs composer install.
Well, composer update -w, a capital W.
Yeah. Okay, so one more step to put in. I think that's valid. For those who are running that workflow, that's valid to put in there.
Yeah. Does that address Kat's remark, which you just put up on screen? If you did it as an npm hook, it means it doesn't work for those that just pull the changes without running the npm. Yeah, but this is specifically for the npm workflow.
Right, with Docker.
You can do this.
Yeah, I think what she's saying though is that the same situation that I described, where someone pulls it and then just runs the test PHP command, it still wouldn't solve that problem if we do it on the npm install hook, unless they run npm install again.
Yeah.
And you get into a chicken and egg problem there, though, because you could solve that with Git hooks, but you can only, that's an npm script, yeah. So you need to do one or the other. I think you go down a bit of a rabbit hole if you try and automate everything out. And obviously, for security reasons, you can't have a script that automatically runs when you clone a Git repo. So you need some.
What if we did something like that for the test PHP composer command?
And Kat also interjects that sometimes the solution might be improving the documentation. And yes, we're going to look at the handbook later today as well.
Yeah, but then also so that for Kat, yes, we do want to update the documentation, but at the same time, if someone's stuck in their environment and they read the message that we're giving them, yes, there'll be a link where they can go read it, but that doesn't mean they do. So if we could take one more step to help folks, let's try to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're basically trying to make it as easy
as possible.
Yeah, as straightforward as possible for people to run. I mean, it won't necessarily be easy, but it'll fit in people's workflows, existing workflows, rather than having them learn the new steps.
Okay, so I'll put that back up again, Jonathan's command line there. What do we think of that?
Or we just separate it into a new npm command, and we just call it from. So it would be like calling another command, but then you would have an npm command that its only purpose is to install Composer, and that's kind of a little little dev tool inception there.
Yeah.
Well, it would be an npm. It would be an npm. It would be a local npm command to install Composer within the Docker container. That's got value, because otherwise you need to mess around with the Docker compose exec or Docker compose run.
Yeah, it has to be run in the container, because then the PHP version will match. Like if you have a different version on your machine of PHP than the one in the container you're trying to run, you could have incorrect versions of packages.
Yeah. Yeah, you really do have to run it in the container.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the fun things I have on my default PHP version is often a different one from the one I'm running things on. So any tooling, CI tooling, which doesn't handle that correctly, I find the bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean then, Jonathan, that ideally, ideally the container would be using a different lock file? Because if I'm using, like, if I'm running PHP 7.4 locally and I'm installing all the dev tools with Composer, then the container is running PHP 8,
Yep.
and I want to run the tests on it.
Yeah. So that's where I was coming back to sort of say that there's
issue.
potentially that breaking change where you should destroy that PHP container before upgrade. Because even though we've removed the lock file in core, if you just restart, if you've already run that container previously and you have that lock file in there, there's no scripts to actually go and delete the lock file out of the container.
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
I don't think you need to. You want to destroy that container.
I don't think you need to destroy the container, but you do need to get rid of that lock file, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That could just be remove Composer lock.
Yeah. Yeah, because if I run Composer install locally, or as I'd done at some point in the past, I'd run it to. I think I was messing around with trying to run PHPUnit from Composer instead of having to have it installed globally. So I'd got PHPUnit as a dependency. So I'd already got a lock file in place, and then it wasn't up to date when we updated the test libraries that we added.
You got an error message telling you exactly that was the problem.
I did.
Right?
I actually got a message which was, you're right, Juliette. It was exactly correct. Let me just see what it said. It was the one about the version mismatch. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still a PR open to improve this messaging even further, but we already made a number of improvements, one of which resulted in this message being introduced.
Right.
To make it as transparent as possible and help people as much as possible with what they need to do if the prerequisites aren't correctly in place. And Catherine is adding some more comments again, and then Jonathan is responding to it. So, Jonathan, you want to give an opinion?
Yeah, I think the suggestion is just to, instead of invoking the Docker script twice, just pass both commands to the container at the same time, which makes sense to me.
Okay.
The only downfall would be that when one fails, I don't think that it would affect the error display, because you would still get if the first command fails, it would still be relevant to that. So you would still know what part failed.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any real downside to doing that.
You already get the node error junk at the end of it as well, because it says that the child process has thrown an error. It's a pity we can't get rid of that, because that adds a bit of noise.
Well, to be quite fair, but that's for another time to discuss further. I mean, we could, as the Docker containers have the PHPUnit var installed anyway, and we can just run it on the most appropriate PHPUnit var now anyway, because of the polyfills. We could switch from running via npm in Docker to running via the PHPUnit var. And that would get rid of that error message from npm, and it would clean up the output a lot. It might actually even make it faster as well. But again, that is outside of today's scope. But it is something which I would very much welcome us all to have a think about and hopefully address in the near future. So, next steps. What actions do we have and what questions do we still have? Action, Stephen was going to add a patch to the ticket with the changes for the Docker install script. What other things do we still need to do and need patches for, and who's going to make them?
Well, we're still working on the how are we going to run if right before you run the test. How are we going to run Composer updates if it's needed there? That was the last piece of what we were doing.
But didn't Jonathan and Catherine just figure that out between the two of them?
Well, that's the part we're asking. Do we have an action plan for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just need to add the Composer update command to the PHP Composer test script.
Okay.
And that would run before you run that command. And then if you've already run Composer update, it doesn't really matter. It'll just check. But if you're missing your vendor folder, then it will reinstall everything for you.
Okay.
So Jonathan, you want to create a patch for that and set that up? Or should that be combined with Stephen's patch?
I think we can combine it.
Yeah.
We could also
it's not going to slow.
probably...
I was just going to say, it's not going to slow things down too much, is it? If you're continually running a test, it's only going to add a few moments to the start of the test.
Yeah, if everything's installed already, it's not really going to make a difference, maybe 1 second. And if it isn't installed, it will prevent the test erroring out.
Right.
Yeah, sounds
good. You
good.
have your lock file after the first time running, so you're going to have less time because it doesn't actually have to figure out the versions. It's just going to use what it already calculated.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say that regarding speed, one thing I wondered was if we could start the Composer update command at the very beginning of the install script and have it run asynchronously in the background. But I don't know that we can wait for it to finish. So like after all the other install stuff finishes to confirm that it succeeded.
Yeah, we'd need a confirmation because you can't really do anything otherwise.
Yeah, so chaining them and showing all the output is probably best. And then the only other thought that I have is that after we make this change, we could maybe remove some steps from our GitHub Action workflow. We wouldn't no longer have to install Composer packages. We have that built in.
Because the Docker container did it. The only thing
there might be value in letting it run still so that we have like a separate step and we can maybe separate the output in the action, but I think that we could probably look at eliminating that.
Yeah, we still need it up to a point because for like PHP 8.1, at this moment, not all PHPUnit dependencies have declared their PHP 8.1 compatibility, which means we need to run Composer update with ignore platform requirements. But there's probably very few people who at this moment would run Docker Composer with PHP 8.1. But for PHP 8.1, that is a requirement at this moment, and hopefully that will be removed soon enough once the final dependencies from PHPUnit, which haven't declared compatibility with 8.1, do so.
So in that case, Juliette, you just get an error from Composer, don't you, saying that your platform requirements can't be met? Is that right? Oh, the requirement
conflict saying that it can't install, or that depends really on lots of different factors. Well, I've also seen, I don't think that's going to happen actually with WordPress now, but like if you have a system which still supports PHP 5.5 or 5.4, there's a PHPUnit 4 version which didn't have version constraints yet. So then it will silently install PHPUnit 4 and your test will fail very hard. So yeah, but that, as WordPress now has a 5.6 minimum, and therefore PHPUnit 5 minimum, we're not going to run into that. So it's going to say there's a version conflict, version constraint conflict, that it can't install these versions on PHP 8.1. And yes, you need ignore platform requirements to get around that for now. That is really the recommended way to do it at this time. Does that answer your question, John?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
And
So
Jonathan, Jonathan, you want to have a look with me after at some point to see if we can simplify the GitHub action script after these changes for Docker and npm have gone in?
Yeah, sure. We could just use the catch-all test and build tool improvement ticket for that one.
Yep.
5.9.
Sounds good.
okay. All right.
do that.
So we're going to combine the two into one patch then, right? With the command line that we all ran from Stephen. And then also adding in that step into the npm script as well for making sure that composer update is run if it needs to be run. So Stephen, is that something you can take care of for us as a patch?
Yes.
All right, good. If you need anything, let me know. Just ping me, and I'm there to help for that as well. Okay. Anything else we want to discuss about the workflow before we move on to handbook updates, which is the next part? Anything else?
There's one question I still have. If I look at the existing handbook, it's basically not mentioning Docker at all, but it is mentioning running the test via npm. And I'm wondering if in a non-Docker environment, running the test via npm, is that working with this patch, or will that still need some changes to the npm scripts to get Composer to run somewhere in that flow as well? I see a lot of people with a thinking face now.
Isn't it by changing the npm script itself, like we've just got talking about, that when you run test?
I was checking that's covered by what we've discussed.
I suppose the difference there is that you have an assumption that the user has to have Composer installed.
Yes.
Because previously you had to have PHPUnit installed globally, didn't you, to run the tests? So it's no longer required because we've now got PHPUnit as a Composer dependency, but now means that you have to
have PHPUnit as a Composer dependency, and that was already in place well before this change.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. Yeah.
It just wasn't a flexible requirement. It was PHPUnit 7 or nothing. And now we have PHPUnit 5 up to 9.
Yeah, so so prior to that you would have had to have PHPUnit installed globally, wouldn't you? So what's changed then? The thing that's changed is that we really want that to be installed via Composer, because otherwise you don't get the polyfills.
Yeah. Well, the only change really is that the polyfills need to be installed, basically. You can still, I'm still running PHPUnit via var file globally installed. But I just need to make sure that Composer install has run at least once on my machine. And then I can use the var to run the tests, or run them whichever other way. I can use vendor bin PHPUnit as well. But that's, I use the var because I switch between PHP versions a lot. And that just makes my life easier instead of having to rerun Composer install every time. And as for the polyfills, the PHP version on which you install doesn't matter. You get the same code. All that's needed really is that Composer install has run at least once and has the right version of the polyfills in place, and then you can run the test whichever way you want. Does that make sense?
The core part of this change is that WordPress now has a Composer file in there for developer dependencies.
No, so that was already in place. I mean, there was already a Composer file.
So Juliette,
sorry.
So before WordPress had a Composer JSON file in there, we'd set up everything to install and run PHPUnit in as simple a way as possible. And I think it's a couple of years ago now that we decided to add that Composer JSON. And as we start moving towards all of this work that Juliette's helped sort of bring to the fore, we really are sort of putting that onus now back on. If you want to develop WordPress locally, you really do need Composer as a dependency. So historically that wasn't there, and that is there now. And so we do need to shift that mindset to say, okay, well, yeah, Composer really is a bit of a requirement there for developing locally these days.
But yeah, I agree with you there, Stephen. At the same time, I mean, how were people running the coding standards otherwise? They would still need to install those via Composer previously as well.
They weren't.
Or they were checking the patches.
There's the reality.
It was just It was manually and visually checked by the team and the committers when committing that things met the coding standards. There was no automated coding standards checks.
But yeah, so basically, in reality, the requirement was already there. It just wasn't enforced.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as well as with PHPUnit. Yeah, you could install it by going and downloading the file from the PHPUnit website, but I don't know. I can't imagine that's maybe that is the suggested way to install it. I don't know.
I think what we're in the next part of the session will do is look at the handbook and basically make it clear there are various ways of running the test, and all of these ways are supported. And for the Docker way of running the tests, you're not going to notice this change because of the changes we're now making. For NPM, you're not going to notice the change. However, if you run via Composer before, you're not going to notice the change because, again, that's still the same basically. However, if you're running via the FAR, then yes, there is something you need to do because you need to make sure that you run a Composer install at least once. And even then, there's still alternatives. I mean, you can declare that constant we worked on, which will help extenders run their tests and have the polyfills in a different locations and use a git clone of the polyfills. Even that's possible. So basically, instead of saying everyone has to work via this workflow, we're now saying there are various workflows and all of these are supported, and these are the steps for the various workflows, depending on which is your preferred workflow.
Which has always been there previously, right? Some folks are going to do it by Composer. Some are going to do it with Doc. Some are going to be in VVV and have a different work. I mean, there's a lot of different workflows. The main thing from this is we didn't want to impact the Docker workflow itself for contributors who use that, which we've done now. Through our conversations today, we've done that part, right? Yeah. Now, if they're just running NPM without Docker, well, no, that one has changed. So we do need to document that. Yeah, I don't see a way around that, unless if they don't want to use Composer, then they're going to need to bring down, download, and install the polyfills like they would potentially, hopefully, would have pulled down the code standards as well.
But let's be fair. I mean, if you're going to be running the PHPUnit test, in generally speaking, and I am generalizing, you will be a PHP developer. Otherwise, you would maybe run the end-to-end test or the npm test, but you wouldn't be running the PHP unit test. If you're running PHP unit test and you're a PHP developer, I can barely imagine you not having Composer on your machine in the first place and not being used to using Composer, even if it's not been with WordPress so far. It's so much ingrained in the developer workflow for PHP developers nowadays that I don't think.
I'm going to say yes and no. Yeah,
The WordPress
it's different.
The WordPress mindset has been around a while, and
I know.
And I know
Just never tried to accommodate.
Yep.
So two large examples of BB Press and Buddy Press. They both have Composer and they both have npm. Everything is combined into a single test suite, and both PHP and JavaScript are tested at the same time. And for the ease of contributors there, they run a single test command that runs them both. And they don't have to run either or, they get both for free, so to speak. And it makes beginning those contributions easy because all I have to do is run a single test command to get both. And so,
but I mean, a lot of those are also things people set up locally. I mean, like I have a command at this moment locally where I run tests both via var as well as via Composer because of different auto-load mechanism which I want to test. And I just automate that away. I just create a Windows bat file to run both of those for me at the same time. But that is also being a developer, knowing how to create workflows which work for you.
Yes. But one of the purposes of what we're trying to address in this particular ticket tonight is trying to have as little impact of the existing instructions as possible.
Yes.
To have as little impact on the team. And
absolutely. But that doesn't mean that other workflows, if people choose to use them, aren't supported.
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that at all. Yeah.
Like my very first contributions to WordPress was opening a text editor and changing a PHP file. And that was such a simple thing to do. It was like, okay, that word is spelt incorrectly. I can fix that change. And that's how I learned to make a patch. And it's not, okay, I'm now a developer. I need to go and work out how to create a workflow to run all these tests. It's no, I just want to fix a spelling mistake.
Yes.
In a lot of ways.
There. So, we need to support all levels of developers, but we also need to...
Wait, everybody. We're talking over each other.
Yeah, sorry.
Stephen?
I'm good. I'm finished.
Okay.
I mean, with the GitHub Actions workflow, even if you really don't want to know about how to run things locally test-wise, you just send in your pull request to GitHub, link it to the ticket, and let GitHub Actions sort everything out for you.
And that is one way. The one thing I want to interject here is we have to remember that WordPress is filled with a varying set of skills, and not everybody that is contributing code is a PHP advanced developer who would have a more advanced workflow that we would think of. I'll give you an example. We are asking people to create tests who may or may not have a lot of these different workflows in there, or they may want to run the test and they historically have been using it up until now with just running an npm through their Docker or just running npm and letting that run. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have Composer. And what we're trying to say here is if folks want that workflow, keep using the workflow they have now, they don't necessarily need to upgrade and figure out how to install Composer. For those who use Composer, great, you like myself and Juliette and others, then we can continue using that. We have a lot of different options here. For this particular ticket in this session, we're just talking about how we don't have impacts on the NPM and the Docker side of things.
Yeah.
For those who use that, we don't want to be able to say, okay, for you to continue using NPM, you now need to install Composer. We just added more complexity for contributors, and we don't want to do that. We want to keep that on-ramp for them as low for them as possible so they can keep contributing.
Yeah, which brings me back again to NPM. If people have a 100% NPM workflow, how will that be impacted? Because yes, they do need to have Composer installed, because otherwise the npm command running Composer install will fail.
Yeah, and that's where we're back to is we fixed the Docker side of things for npm, but we have not for if you purely are running npm locally without Docker. Now we've got a Composer dependency there that we're going to need to address.
I need to jump off for a bit. I'll be back in a while.
All right, yeah, just pop in when you're ready. Again, John.
Bye for now.
See you in a bit.
Good time for me to bail too.
Okay.
1:30 in the morning, so.
Go get some sleep, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks
Stephen,
for hanging
thank you
out.
so much for staying up for us and joining us in the session. Really appreciate it.
See you later, Stephen. All right.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
See you again soon.
Bye.
Sounds good.
Bye.
All right. So, what do you
Paul's just
think?
joined us in the chats. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Jonathan. What do you think about that? With they're not running in Docker. They're running npm. But now, before they didn't need to install Composer. Now they do.
Well, it's only going to affect people that want to run tests or linting.
Right.
But the linting is there now.
And for the linting, they need to run Composer install anyway, don't they?
Yeah. If they're not running tests currently,
No impact.
it doesn't really affect them.
Nope.
So if they choose to, they would follow the new process. If they are running tests currently, they're either using Docker or they're using whatever means they want. And they would still get a warning that they don't have that installed. And I would assume, I think it's an assumption, but I think it's a fair assumption that anybody running PHPUnit tests that they've set up on their own will be running Composer. I think that I'm okay with it, and I also think that it's a good practice to encourage as far as being a PHP developer. So I think that I think I'm on board with it.
Okay, good. That's why I wanted to take a moment to let you, because of course Juliette and I have verbalized this a lot. So we've solved the problem for those who are not necessarily PHP developers. That may not be a fair assessment. Those who like to use the npm Docker workflow, which I do use that a lot because I'm helping different testers get involved and I want to see what they see. So we've solved that problem now today. There's nothing they're going to need to change. And that was our goal. If they're not running Docker, we assume then that they're going to want to, they would know how to set up other dependencies, which means they would know how to set up Composer, and we'll add it into the handbook. So it's another alternative workflow.
Probably already have Composer. And from the chat, both Kat and Paul basically say, yeah, if you're a PHP developer, you'll have Composer, and we don't see a problem. So just to have a second opinion from the sideline there.
Yeah. I do know a few folks who have been in the community a long time contributing to core who have FAR set up. They do not have Composer on their machine. And so they will need to make a change. Yeah.
But there's an alternative available for them with the constant.
Yes.
They can use a git clone of the polyfills if they really want to. I mean,
absolutely.
I would not recommend it because that also makes you responsible for keeping that git clone up to date.
Right, but it's an alternative.
Yeah, but it's possible.
Yeah, we're going to include that in the handbook too, right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to call out that Composer is not required, but it will make contributing easier.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Composer, having Composer
is not
available is
required.
recommended.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
John.
if you don't want to use Composer and if it's not installed, we recommend using the Docker environment because it's in the container. You won't have to install it, or you'll have to figure out how to install packages XYZ to do this or to do that.
Yeah.
On your own. And like, I think as long as we call that out, it's still not required. It's recommended, highly recommended. It'll make your lives a lot easier. But yeah, it's still not technically a barrier because we have this all-in-one environment that makes that easier and it has everything packaged in it. You would need Docker as a requirement then, but you kind of have to pick your
which one you want.
You need a tool to do things. You got to pick which tool you prefer and how you want to work with it and stuff like that.
Let's be fair, it's like saying, I want to develop in WordPress, but I don't want to install SVN or Git. So you need one of the two to be able to create patches.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a great segue into moving into the handbook work. Right, Juliette?
I'm happy with moving on to the handbook. And,
okay, so I think we've done... Let's all thumbs up that we're done with the first part of this. We have a fix. We've all agreed consensus for the Docker npm. People are now not going to have to care. It's invisible. Yep, thumbs up for me. Juliette, yep. Yeah, I know she's thumbs up. Stephen and John, I know they were too beforehand. So the first part, everybody listening, we had 3 things we were going to do today. We just finished the first part of that. Now we're going to move into the handbook. In the handbook part is we want to document that how do you run tests locally? That's what we're now going to want to go through and document. As you heard us just setting this up, we have the all-contained way of doing it through the npm Docker environment. Okay, that's one. And then we can go through and lay out the alternative ways that we want to do it to give people all contributors options so everybody can contribute. All right.
Shall I share my screen and do a very brief introduction of what pages, what page we'll be looking at and how to get it?
I just want to ask, we've been streaming now for almost 2 hours. Anybody want a break? Before we move on to the next, Jonathan, you okay?
I'm okay. I do have to hop off in like 10-ish minutes, but...
Okay. Hold on one sec. I need to now.
Do we want to ping Milana and Francesca maybe to see if any one of them wants to join us while we look at the handbook?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I got to set up the screen here. You know how long this takes me. Jonathan doesn't know, he hasn't been here with us before, but I keep saying I have this software. I have not spent time yet pre-setting everything up. So sometimes I make boo-boos. It's just the way it is. All right, so whoops.
Tab nightmares there.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Do the picture-in-picture for us. See all of our pretty faces. Okay, 3 of us side by side. So Kat said something I'll put up here. Yes, more contributors equals more contribute. That's exactly the point, is to enable everybody to pick a workflow that works for them so they can come contribute.
Let me send Milana and Francesca the link to the session as well, so they can actually join.
Seems like I'm gonna have to hop off in a few minutes anyway, so it seems like a good time to transition out. I'll let some new folks hop in, and
alrighty.
If you have any questions or want to run anything by me, feel free to DM it or post it in Slack, and I'll take a look.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll once Steven gets that patch in there, then we can all just kind of take a peek, and then we'll get that committed. And then you and Juliette getting together to take a look at the Git actions, and that workflow will be good too. But you guys can do that async. Alrighty, thanks for joining us.
And doesn't have as high priority.
No.
As...
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Alrighty, we'll see you later.
Right, thanks for
Thanks.
having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Yes, thanks for joining us. Sorry, I'm trying to find the link to the session to send to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll pop it in Slack for you. Hold on one sec. All right, do you still have Slack open? You're doing that,
I
right?
have.
All right, I'll ping you privately. It's this one.
Thank you.
Right there.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. I'm not going to publish that because then I have a limit. Only five total people can be on the screen at one time. So we have to kind of juggle people in and out a bit. And the reason for that, why she's doing that, is because a lot of the tools out there have a very, very, very long delay between the live chat and the on-air session. Some of them are 20, 30 seconds long, and that's not an interactive process. This particular software has less than a second, so that we can actually have you all come join our collaborative working session more real time or close to.
Right. I've sent them the link, so if they want to join, they can.
Okay, good. Yeah, Kat, you do need to get your name back in the props. Hey, Paul.
Milana's already responded. She's joining us in a moment.
Okay, good. Hey, Paul, I saw your comment there. Let's wait to that until we get to that part of the handbook. So just hold tight. We'll be there shortly. All right, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and say.
Right. Okay, so let's quickly go and look at what we're going to be looking at. So there is the latest WordPress core handbook, and you get to this page. There's a couple of pages about testing, most notably this section. There's also a reference section which has a list of the PHPUnit compatibility with WordPress versions, and that one has been updated already. And here we can see that as of WordPress 5.9, we can now run the tests on all the PHPUnit versions which are appropriate for the particular PHP version, which is more than could be said before. And I don't think this should be WordPress version. This should be PHP version. Oh, shall we update that as we notice that's a mistake?
Yes.
We might well.
Oh, we missed that, didn't we, when we were...
Well, I think everyone's missed that. Mm-hmm. So I'm just updating that now. Save. Here we go. PHP version. So yeah. So we can now see all the different versions. There's in the handbook, there's about automated testing. There's a section about PHPUnit. That's the page we'll be looking at in a moment. That's about running the test. And then there's a section about writing the test. Some of this page has already been updated last week with some information about being able to use the latest assertions and exceptions, and some changes to the links, like links were going to the documentation for PHPUnit 5 instead of PHPUnit 9. So a number of changes have already been made. We're going to make more changes there to improve that documentation further. But for today, we're going to be looking at the automated testing PHPUnit page, how it's being set up. Basically, we're going to read through this whole page, see what needs improving, and add sections if needed, or alter the text where needed. And Catherine is asking, what was that change? What change are you referring to? Which...
Milana just joined us. Hi. Well, first of all, welcome. It's the first time you and I have actually been on a call together.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi. Before we get going, everybody who joins us today, because we're shifting people in and out, we asked them to say hello and introduce themselves. So go ahead, introduce yourselves to everybody who's watching.
Oh, I'm the loudest person from documentation team, coming from Serbia. WordPress Serbia is our community. There, we are a very loud community. What else? I don't know. I'm a developer, freelance for more than a decade, and that's about it. Single mom. I love bacon and chocolate.
Oh, I love bacon too.
That's enough, I think.
Now everybody got to meet you. That's awesome. So,
Yeah.
all right. So what we're doing is we're just kind of loading up and setting the stage for everybody who's watching as to what we're going to do. I'll just kind of give you a heads up too. Francesca will be here shortly, hopefully. We started today's live session a couple of hours ago, and we got through the npm Docker workflow for how you run tests locally, and we've solved some of the problems there. Actually, they're not problems. We just hid away and made some of the changes for the modernization work that we've been doing. They're now hidden from contributors who want to continue using that workflow, which means they don't need to change anything in their workflow. Now, if you're not using Docker with that npm workflow, now we're going to then also want to document and that's where you guys come in to help us. We're going to document that npm Docker workflow and then have alternative workflow so people can pick and choose, because we know contributors are all different. We want to give them options. Give them options. Get as many people empowered as possible to come contribute to testing, please.
Exactly, yeah.
And while you were talking, Kat made a remark in the chat about the PHP version change I just made. And basically the horizontal axis is PHP and the vertical axis is WordPress. So it was actually confusing and both were correct. So I've now joined the two texts.
Yeah.
Basically, with a bit of luck, this should be better.
Yeah. Paul's asking a question while we wait here. Hey, Paul, did we work on the coverage report? We didn't work on that, no. That wasn't something that we were scoped in on for that first part of what we were doing today, nor is it really part of what we're doing here in this session, but that is something we do want to get back to and work on once we get past all of this. So thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you get did you get a reply from Francesca if she was going to come join us?
I'll have a quick look.
Francesca, if you're watching, we're calling you. Don't make me sing. Everybody won't appreciate it. Hello. She's probably, yeah.
I didn't get a response from Francesca at this moment, but Sergey indicated he might want to join. So
Hey, Sergey, let me use that same link, Sergey, that you tried earlier if you want to come join us. Are you watching? Hello. I'm going to ping him. I'll do it right now. I told him I'd ping him. So
let me quickly freshen up then, and I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, bathroom break, everybody. All right, we've been streaming a long time here today. Let me ping Sergey. Oh, crap. I just gave him the wrong link. Sergey, if I ignore that PM, please. Let me give you a different link. It's going to be like, why did you give me the handbook link?
I know that link.
Oh, my goodness. I was telling everybody earlier, this is a live working session. So the point is we're all working and we've invited everybody to come collaborate with us. So when you work, sometimes you make boo-boos.
Yeah, of course.
And then we just stop and chuckle. So anyway.
I love everything live.
It's awesome. We've been finding by doing this, we get a lot of different people that will chime in and join us. And that is really awesome that together we can all be working live and figure these things out and move them forward. Uh-oh, Francesca's in the house.
Hello.
Hello, lady. Here, I'm going to switch back to all of us first. There we go. Here's all of us, and then we'll go back to screen share. All right, so you're in the hot seat now. You need to introduce yourself to everybody who's watching us.
I
Go
was
ahead.
not ready at all for this. I was actually dealing with my cat.
What's wrong with the cat, or what's right with the cat?
Everything is right with the cat, and as a cat, he wants to do exactly what he wants and not what I want. That's
Yeah,
just
but
reality.
you do know you're his or her servant.
Sorry?
It's a cat. It's a cat. You're their servant.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
So hi, I'm Francesca. Beside being obviously a cat lady, I. But don't laugh, because otherwise I cannot introduce myself.
All right, I'll
Well-
cover my face. You can't see me.
I'll mute myself.
Oh, yes, that's literally a cat. Well,
Yeah, I know.
I know there's poodle stories in there too, but let's don't go there.
Yeah, no poodles. I am the WordPress core team lead at Yoast, where I work with a bunch of extremely talented people full-time on the WordPress.org open source project. I contribute to core. I was the release co-lead for a couple of releases. Then somehow I got interested in testing, and I don't even know why. No, I know exactly why.
Yes,
Kinda.
you know why.
No, I know why. So the why is very simple. The first time we did a beta release for WordPress 5.3, and I realized that the way a WordPress release is tested is by the number of people in the core channel live in that moment, uploading, downloading and uploading, updating with WPCLI. I was like, wait, is this how we test it? And
Right. Versus all the way through the entire release. Yeah.
yes, and then I got a bit scared. So I was like, okay, we got to do something, but I'm not a tester. But luckily, I know enough people that are testers. So here we are.
I think everybody can be a tester.
Yes, I am now convinced, thanks to you. And yes, and I'm a bit of a nerd, a documentation nerd, so I'm also here. And also that's thanks to Milana. So basically a lot of women that are responsible for my obsessions are in this room.
Sure. She's blaming us. Did you hear that? For all my
Yeah,
obsessions.
Like she's here because we are here and doing our stuff.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna balance this out by inviting one guy to come join the four of us. Are you ready for this, Sergey?
My old women.
Yeah. So anyway, Francesca also wrangled me to come and get involved in things. So I'm going to put it back on you. She got me hooked in core. Yes, she did. She also said, Tonya, would you come and help on the QA and testing side? Okay. So now I'm full-time contributing. So yeah. Anyway, so back to you. Yeah. All right. So, what?
I think it's important that people are aware of all the things, but I do have to admit that I do this kind of things. Like, do you want to come and help with this thing that doesn't exist? But maybe if the two of us get together, it will exist.
Yes. So, well, someone had a plane landing on their house.
Not mine. I'm in the Alps.
Yeah. All right. Well, Sergey has now joined us too. So, Sergey, now it's your turn to be in the hot seat. What we're doing is every time, because we're rotating people in and out, every time someone pops in, we're making them come. Well, making them. We're having you introduce yourself to everybody. So, your turn.
Hi, I'm Sergey. I'm a WordPress core committer. I work with the WordPress core team at Yoast with Francesca and a few other amazing folks. And I enjoy working on whatever part of WordPress needs the most work at this time. And yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. So everybody knows too, all of the work that led up to where the state that we're at today, which is getting the tests to be able to run with the latest version of PHPUnit. So 8 and 9 landing and core, being able to run on PHP 8.1. Juliette created the patches. I did a lot of the code review and facilitated some of the things behind the scenes, and we'll just not go into that. And and then guess who did all the commits? That guy that just joined us. That guy right there. So thank you, Sergey. Yay.
Our commit hero.
Our commit hero. He is also my core commit buddy who's going to help me learn how to commit so that I can help him now with some of these things. So, yeah, welcome. All righty. We are here now. We finished the first part. We're now going to move into the handbook. And just to kind of set this up again, I just want to make sure, now that we've introduced, that the first part was the NPM Docker workflow. We did not want to make a change that impacted users and contributors who use that. Not users, contributors who use that. So we have solved that problem now in that behind the scenes, invisible to, you don't need to change anything when you run npm install, npm blah, 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 and you're running Docker. Nothing changes for you. We handled it behind the scenes.
Those commits still have to go in.
Once we get them in. Yes.
Agreed on the commits and we've agreed on a solution.
Yep.
So we know that we can trust that those commits will go in over
They'll
the next
get in
few
shortly.
days, and then we can adjust the handbook already.
Right. So now what we're going to do, we also had a discussion about, I'll just set this up, that if you're running NPM, but you're not running it through Docker, we are now accepting that you will need to get the Composer dependencies onto your machine. And you can pick how you want to do that. You can install Composer and do it that way. And we'll recommend that you do it that way. Or you can do it the hard way if you'd like and pull those down, and install them yourself. In other words, contributors, you pick the workflow you want, but now we want to document those alternative workflows for you so that everybody, we're not saying thou shalt only use this one-size-fits-all workflow. We'll document a lot of different ways that you can contribute and run tests locally. Welcome to this session of Let's Get the Handbook Updated.
So, funny
Where you want to start?
Funny you should mention that. I thought I had a clear idea of how to do this. And since I spent the last week poking through the links,
Yeah.
I'm not so sure anymore.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah. So I have been going through all I started with the handbook core, the core handbook, and then I asked other teams if they can give a look at their own handbooks and at least make a list of all the places where anything development environment and testing is mentioned. I'm thinking, and I was very optimistic. I think that's a bit my my way to go. And what is clear at this point for me is that there is no one source of truth.
There's not currently.
What a surprise.
Because handbooks have been created over 10 years and everyone has added and edited. There is no version control other than leaving a note in the page you are editing. But still, if someone wants to know what actually changed, that someone needs to have admin privileges in the handbook to go see the revisions, which is yes.
Can I give one advice? Every handbook page, at the top of the page, has 3 little dots. And I don't know what it is when you see it or not, but if you have those 3 dots, there's an option called watch. And then every time that page gets edited, you will get an email showing you a diff of exactly the changes which were made. I've found that for a number of pages.
Thank you.
Sorry?
No, I've never seen that, so thank you.
Cool, right?
Here you go. That does actually work.
Yeah, I see it now for the first time in my life, because I also always edit from the top.
Not everyone has the edit option, obviously, but the watch option everyone should have. I have to admit, I only discovered it years after I started working with WordPress, but yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for letting us in the secret of a very well concealed, helpful option. So basically, I just finished yesterday night the audit of the core handbook, and there is outdated information. There's a handful of 404. There's a handful of links that point to the codex that then return points to Help Hub, those are the easily solved stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But I think having the source of truth, the one source of truth, should be a high priority. So then, I do now. I am thinking in terms of SEO because I've been watching the Yoast SEO plugin for a while. So basically, the cornerstone. So what is in my mind, because I still haven't had time to sketch this out even on my notebook, is like, what is the source of truth for the WordPress installation process? So is that the GitHub page? Great. Then that is our cornerstone page. That page needs to be completed because, for example, there are some instructions there that are missing. And those are the instructions that I have on a piece of paper now attached to my screen. And I don't think that's really how we want people to work. Prior to that, it was...
I think the handbooks are more than anything should be the source of truth, but they should be consistent. And I totally agree they aren't a lot of the time. Milana and me actually spent some time on Friday to at least improve some of the pages. So hopefully some of those faulty links you found going to the codex, then pointing back to DevHub, we've fixed a few of those. We fixed some links to outdated PHPUnit versions and some text already on some pages. So hopefully we're making your life easier, and though maybe we're confusing everything by outdating the information you have.
No, I mean, some things, so all the 404s and all the links to codex, even if you didn't adjust them, I marked on a spreadsheet what those are. So those are kind of easy fixes. What I am mostly puzzled by...
I left a comment on in the spreadsheet saying which pages we adjusted.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Make it easier that way.
Yeah.
I will also go over that. But I see a lot of issues basically here. I don't really know where to start. My gut feeling says we start from a paper and pen, and when we think about the information architecture, and we think about the most important things. So right now, for me, the most important things are giving people the instructions on how to set up a development environment, and then how to test patches. Those are in my roadmap the two most important things, because just to give you an example, a few months ago we did an accessibility scrub tests, an accessibility test scrub, and someone wanted to test a patch through with AMP because they didn't want to add a Docker to their computer, which I totally respect, because I have a state-of-the-art MacBook Pro and I only hear it when I run Docker. So totally respect wanting to have MAMP. So I rewrote all the instructions to install MAMP and add a patch and test a patch. And I don't even know where I put these instructions, but I put them somewhere. And then when I audited the core handbook, I realized that we already have installing MAMP under installing a local server, but in testing a patch, we don't refer to local environments.
Nope.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I actually looked at the installing WAMP page not too long ago and realized that all the screenshots are about 10 years out of date. So
Yes.
those definitely need updating as well.
Right.
But I do
Same
think we need
goes-
to be careful and say, okay, well, this is a huge project you're talking
Huge.
about, and I really, really support having a proper information structure and information architecture here. But we're not going to solve that in this session.
Right.
And
No.
we do to get certain things done in this session as well.
So yes, Francesca, I agree with you on that, and we're going to work together, all of us, to be able to solve this information model of how we can take contributors from the beginning and empower them to quickly be able to get up and contributing, right? And providing different on-ramps based upon the workflow you want that's good for you, which means we need to figure out all those different workflows and then synthesize all that information to a single source of truth and then keep that up to date. For what we want to do here today, we want to just document that's a loaded word. We want to document we already assume you've got something set up. You already have your setup environment. You've pulled down the repository. You've been working. Hold on one sec. You've been working, and we want to be able to say, how do you locally run tests, and then get that all documented with the different workflows, alternative workflows that we've been talking about, so that then we can also then go and point that to the dev note. We can say, hey, go here. And then that solves one problem, and then we can go and continue tackling the bigger. Juliette.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the how to pull things down to start testing is actually in the setup instructions of running the PHP unit test.
Yep.
And it's incorrect.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Yeah, so basically, I think the task for today is to
tackle that
look
page.
at that page completely, and I'm going to make sure that's in the chat now so everyone can look at the same page with us. And basically look at everything in that page, decide what should be in the page, and update the crap out of it.
Update the crap out of it.
We are talking because I'm not seeing the chat here.
I'm DMing to you right now. So
okay, but I suppose you're talking about PHPUnit, the page on automated testing PHPUnit.
Okay, I just sent you a DM
that
in
is
Slack.
the page. Well, the first sentence, the PHPUnit is the official testing framework chosen by the core team to test PHP code, is correct. We can leave that in place.
We don't have to touch the first paragraph.
Done.
The first sentence.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I need to set up the screenshot because I messed it all up just a minute ago.
That's okay.
It's Sergey. Hi, Sergey. Oh my gosh, I tell you what, this software sometimes just makes me want to anyway. It's my own thing. Okay, we'll get rid of that. Go ahead, keep talking amongst yourselves while Tonya fixes the screen here.
We're getting there.
I'm getting there. One more. Ah,
One more.
okay. Now I can do the picture-in-picture. So, okay.
This is why I never used this because, yes. Okay, sorry.
So if we
Go
look
ahead.
at the setup section, it basically says install PHPUnit, then check out the test repository, create an empty database, and set up the config file. I think we need to remove that first bit, because installing PHPUnit, it instructs people to download a FAR and a specific FAR for
Yes.
a completely outdated PHPUnit version. And as there are different workflows for running the tests, I think we need. This is not a prerequisite.
It is not.
That depends on how you want to run the tests. So the basic setup, I think, should be starting with create the test repository, create the MySQL database, and set up the config file. And then we need to give people the choice of how they want to run the test.
Right.
And then go into those various workflows.
Right. I would say that we start with the npm Docker as the first one and then start laying out. So that FAR, downloading that is one of the alternative workflows that we can go through. But yes, getting to that point first. The setup should not include that step because that's for folks who want that part of their workflow.
Yeah, I do think we may need. Well, actually, no, not even. I'm thinking that you need PHP installed, and because like this comment about multi-byte string support is about the PHP environment, but that's like that depends again. If you have the Docker container, that's not something you need to worry about.
That's right.
Because that will be sorted. But if you have a local environment and you run via Compose or via FAR, that is something you need to worry about. So, okay.
Can you edit the page, or am I editing the page?
I can edit.
Sorry?
I can edit.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we start just moving these pieces around, and then what do you all think? Does that work for us as a workflow today? And then we can kind of agree.
I can't stop thinking about that tool that Milana built for contributors.
What tool's that?
No, because I believe that if you change the order of these things, which I agree completely. If it's a choose your own adventure kind of contributing, you need to be able to create the path dynamically. So you cannot rely on this kind of documentation. But this is also for another time. Now let's do what you said. Milana, I think she knows what I'm talking about. She already know where I'm going with this. But for now, let's do
what we can do today.
Yeah.
And write down all our wishes. There will be contributor days.
Oh my gosh, yes. We're gonna need some more working sessions to work out the rest of it. Okay, so she's now moved that down.
Well, I've removed that bit about installing PHPUnit, but I've kept it locally. I've copied it and got it locally, so we can reuse it later. But first, let's check if this is still correct. Sergey, the svn command, does that look correct to you?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, and the git clone one, that looks correct enough to me. Create an empty MySQL database. It does mean there's a prerequisite for MySQL to be there. Again, actually, if you have a Docker container which you use, then this again is not really a step which belongs with this setup.
But also,
so I think that SQL bit needs to be moved to the local workflow again and remove from this part.
Yep, go ahead and remove
that. I would also say you can also create a MariaDB database or a MongoDB database. So I don't think saying MySQL is correct.
Yeah. Well, do we support MongoDB? I know we support MariaDB and MySQL.
MariaDB for sure.
Maria, I don't know about Mongo. But yeah, we can there just say create an empty database, and then we can parentheses, you can pick your adventure, which way you want to go.
So, as a basic setup, these 2 steps.
Now, I'm just going to raise the point that with the git clone, right, you're cloning that down to your machine. If you want to use and push a PR, though, you're going to want to create your own fork and pull that down, and lots of different wiring. Again, that can be later.
That's, when you contribute with code, how do you create a package, etc.
Yeah.
That's not about running the test, getting
Correct.
the test running.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
I just noticed that in the SVN instructions there is cd WordPress develop at the end. I think it should be on the second line as
Good
same
point.
as in Git instructions.
Yeah.
Good point, yeah.
Let me do that.
Yeah. There you go.
Can I put in my wish list a redesign of the handbook pages?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, we are working on the redesign of Help Hub, which looks pretty much the same. And Estella is working on that for a long time now. So maybe we can do something together.
Yeah.
It's noted in the meeting notes.
Request for a design of WordPress.org.
That's right. And it's forever now out there on YouTube. Okay.
So this is basic setup, and then I think we should have
Fresh.
probably a section called running the test. Well, the title here, running test suite, is correct.
Yes.
But then have the various options of how to run them
Before
and then
you
go
get to
into
there.
each of them individually before actually getting to the point of okay, and now you run them and what happens.
Yes, I agree. You've got we're kind of just jumping ahead of here. So yeah, we need to start laying out these workflows, how you need to get to that state. So part of that setup process is if you're running the Docker commands, you've got to run npm install, you got to run blah, 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 all these different steps. So let's go ahead and start laying some of those out.
Yeah. And how do we want to do that second? Because if I look here, running the test, and then it goes into the actual running.
Yeah.
But how do we want to call this section then? And what do we...
Isn't that part of setup though? There's still some setup process that needs to be done, but it would be setup and then pick your adventure or something and then have the different options.
Yeah, so what do we call this picture?
What do you call it, guys? Everybody, what do we call it?
Instead of running the test suite?
No, in the setup there, we've got to now go and lay out, here's Docker, here's running with FAR, here's running with Composer, the different workflows.
So 1 and 2 are independent of what system you're gonna work with.
What about workflow options?
There you go.
Running specific.
Would that mean something to everybody though?
I don't know.
Setup workflow options.
See, setup workflow options.
But if it's a workflow, so do we do this every time we run tests? So then it's workflow, or do we just set it up once and then we run
it's every
tests?
time.
Then it's workflow.
No, it's generally you set it up once for the workflow you prefer to use every time.
Except for in the Docker side of things, we're constantly running npm install, npm this, npm that. So yeah, that's really a workflow type thing. There are some workflows that you set it up once and you just use it. Yeah.
Would it be because I cannot think of the word in English, because if I say framework, obviously developers think of something very, very specific.
Workflow environment options.
Yeah.
Yes.
Test running environment options.
There you go.
Running.
There you go. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Because this is test, so let's just try it. Put it down. At least we get something. We can come back and
Yeah, we
iterate
can
on it.
iterate on it. And okay, I'm not here to gripe about Gutenberg, but seriously, if this is front-end editing, this is HTML. Luckily I know HTML, but I imagine the average person does not.
I think it's just the P2 interface for this. It's not good.
Yeah, no, this is just the P2 and it's a super weird.
Yeah.
So I always go up with the edit page. I never use the editing from the front end because it's just.
Yeah, let me show you what happens when I do that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this didn't happen previously. Previously, I could actually edit on the back end.
Nice.
For some reason, since recently, this is the result. There's nothing loading anymore. This is editing on the back end. So yeah, let's go back to the editing on the front end.
Yes.
Level.
You are an editor.
Sorry?
You are an editor, so you should be able to.
Yeah, no, it's probably that it works, but only on Chromium or something. That's
Maybe
what
it's just for posts, and this is handbook, so this is different custom post types. I don't know what. No, handbook is actually plugin, I think. So I don't know what permissions are there. I can create a new post on core, but I cannot. If I want to edit a handbook, I can just suggest edit, and then it's going for review. So it's pending. I don't know what permissions are set there. We had that problem on Friday when we were.
You're also an author, so you.
Yeah.
Sergey, because I do have access. I think if we make you admins, you should be able to edit these pages. Sergey, I don't remember what are the.
Now.
Yeah, I can try that. I don't know if this roles and capabilities. So I'm changing Juliette to administrator. Otto made me admin of the network, and he said, if you just please don't make everything explode. So hopefully.
Yes, please don't.
Hopefully nothing is going to blow up if you do that while I'm editing a page.
Now, also problem
Yeah.
is that the issue is also that they said, I will give you access to this. So usually it's people with access to the sandbox that then can fix things. And I'm like, I promise I will not do anything bad. So Sergey, if I do something bad, you have to solve it because I don't have
That's her disclaimer there.
But yeah, Juliette, you're now an admin on the core website. So let's try again after. Well, this should be saved in the browser anyway.
Yeah.
So nothing bad should happen. But let's just see if you can edit page, and then if you can edit page, I will just make also Milana and Tonya admins. There's a lot of people there are administrator, and I don't know why.
Well, that might be another good thing to review.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm typing some things and just making up some text.
That's good.
And actually, because it's HTML, copy and pasting from other parts of the page just to make sure I don't screw up the Gutenberg side of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be good. And then we can come back and just review things together as we start to lay things out. Everybody, I'll be right back in a minute. Just keep going. I'll catch up with you back in just probably 2 minutes.
Go for it. So what I've got now, I've basically sets as a title test running workflow options, and as a first paragraph there are several different ways of running the PHP unit test. It's up to you to choose whichever workflow suits you best. So, and there are different options. So we have the Docker containers. We have an NPM workflow. Obviously, we also have the Composer workflow. And we have PHP unit var. And I think we need a little section chapter for each of these.
Yes. Or even better, a page for each one. So then, we can refer to the pages. And then, I don't know, I'm a fan of short and linkable pages, but it's just a personal preference.
I can see where you're coming from. To be quite fair, a lot of this shouldn't be huge sections anyway. Something like, PHP unit var might be the most involved one, but say Composer is make sure you have PHP installed, make sure you have Composer installed, run Composer update -w, and then run vendor bin PHP unit.
Yeah. We can also make it a bit easier. I think the design here is going to be really. So let's do sub headers in the same page.
I also think when you do the information architecture redesign, then this can be shuffled around. For now, we need to get the content available.
Yeah. So so basically each one of these options you listed, each one of them will have a session like the one I see now, running the test suite, that right now just assumes you have npm, and basically each one will have something like this. But also, I don't know, sorry, I'm a grumpy old lady. But in the meantime, I will make also Milana an admin so you can test.
Oh, this is my second time today.
Folmer made a good suggestion in the chat saying, let's suggest Docker if you're not sure. And I agree that if people aren't sure and they're just starting and they may not even have PHP installed on their system, then Docker is the simplest choice probably. So
you would
that's
think
listed as the first option. So
Milana, in the meantime, if you can check if you now see the edit page.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just see. Yeah, I can update it right away.
And you don't see a white screen, so we'll have to see.
No, I don't see it. It's good.
We'll see if Juliette, when she's done with that, if she can also see this, or she still sees a white screen.
Shall I just say what I have so we can check that then, or is that what you mean?
Yeah, so because I think it's going to be a more pleasant writing experience, not having to be worried about removing some of the Gutenberg stuff.
Yeah. And I was breaking some things just now, so let's.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm grumpy and old, I always miss some bracket somewhere. So,
That's not just you, that's everyone.
That's why
Yeah,
you're
yes.
grumpy and old?
And yeah,
maybe
these lists
yes.
with instructions clearly aren't great yet. Those are the ones we need to make, but at least I've set
Yeah.
up the sections now.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes, yes, yes.
and you said, let's try, well, you. Okay, here we
It,
got the code lighting, which suddenly kicks in. It sometimes does, and
that
sometimes doesn't. And now,
that
yeah, that's looking awkward with the topics on the right.
Mhm.
But now, yeah, so sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't kick in. Great. Let's see if
what?
I page now, if I actually get to the page. Nope.
Nope. So for
No.
you,
Oh,
what are you using? Which browser?
Pale Moon. It's a Mozilla clone. It's a Mozilla clone with better privacy and security features.
I would imagine when you open that up, if there's a way to look at the errors that come out in the console, so we can see the browser side errors, that could help. But that's something we can debug outside of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I can open Chromium to do this if we want, but I mean, for now we're still
Yes,
doing
we're
okay,
fine
I think.
so far.
So yeah, and as I say, I do know HTML, so I should be able to get round most of things. Okay, so we've got a little list about. Let me just open that page as a secondary as well
Okay, that way we can just view
to see what
how
I
it
did.
renders.
So that's this bit which I set up first now.
Right, so we've got the Docker container. You have npm without the Docker container. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure if we should even have that, but then again, that's largely what the examples below there refer to.
Yeah.
And then we have composer, and then we have just doing it with var and pulling things down yourself. Yep, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
So then I want to here create a little list for each of them with the setup steps, basically.
Yeah, and actually too, Juliette, a lot of those setup steps too are on the README file in the repo. So that might help to just copy paste some of that stuff.
Okay. So the README file of the GitHub repo you're talking?
Yep, of the GitHub repo. It goes right in and says you need to run this, 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 and this. And then it says how to run the tests and so on using the npm with Docker. So the development environment commands where you run npm install, run npm build dev, run in envi or environment, and then start. That is some of the setup things to get you ready so you can start to run tests. You see that part?
There's a lot of presumptions in this.
Move
Sorry, but I'm going to be really critical. These aren't great instructions. I mean, it's referring to something like Choco here, and yes, I use Chocolatey. But the average Windows user has never heard of Chocolatey and would need to know to install it. I mean, this.
Yes.
Yeah.
That to me, these types of things, I would think would be part. I would think this would be part of the how you set up your environment versus how do we get tests running. With this, we don't need to go through and say you need to install all these different things. That might be a separate page. Would we think of that?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to before, that a lot of these instructions have either, a lot of assumptions, and they start from a point that you actually need 10 steps before getting to that point.
Yes.
And finding those 10 points, or it assumes that you're using this, or it assumes. And in some way, I also wonder, because the reason why I stopped developing is that I cannot deal anymore with all this tooling. It's like, I don't have patience for this. So it's like, as Juliette mentions, in this page, we have one framework, one tool suggested, and there are other 25. Should we really mention all of those 25? Should we let people find out what are the tools for their own operating system?
I think when we get into that, we can go as far as we want at that point to provide at least some of the top workflows. Going with everything would never be possible.
Also, we shouldn't explain what Docker is here. I mean, if people don't know Docker, then don't use that workflow.
But see, the thing with this is, with the npm Docker workflow, you should already have npm installed. You should already have the Docker Compose installed, that app installed, because now we're getting into the setup to actually run. You've already got those things installed. We will cover how to install all that somewhere else. So here it would be run npm install, then run this command, then run that command.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's the command you use to get the Docker container to be up?
Well, first you have to do npm install.
Oh, in other words, we need npm installed. Okay, not just Docker. You also need to install npm.
Yes, but like I was saying, the install instructions would be on a different page. How you install npm, how you install Docker would be on a different page versus this page. We don't have that instructions yet, but that would be on a different page.
Yeah, for now I just link to their install instructions and just make sure that those are there. So run npm install, you say?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so you might want to say open your command line tool, and then it's type, right? Because that's a step. You've got to open command line tool to be able to run these instructions.
Run from the command line.
So which folder do we run it from? I found that sometimes people are confused where to run it from.
One more step.
Do I have to be in WordPress install, or
yes,
am I running it?
We covered that up above in the setup that we do the CD WordPress develop. Now you're in the right folder.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure you are in the root directory of where you installed WordPress.
And make sure you're in master, because that always happens to me, and Tonya knows.
No, these instructions are independent of master or not.
Because you might have actually worked elsewhere.
You want to be able to test that, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you might be in a branch.
Oh yeah, because I'm testing. No, it's always because every time we do a testing session, I'm like,
okay, so for
branch somewhere.
Juliette, for the actual commands, if you go back to the README file and go where it says the development environment commands, there's a series right there that says npm. All of those commands are what you need to run to get ready to run the test. That's why I'm saying that's the setup process.
Docker is actually the recommended simplest way. Okay, whoops, how do I do this? I should be able to create a code block here.
Yeah.
But I am gonna copy paste the code I need for that. Okay. Good question whether I'm not screwing everything up, but we'll find out soon enough, I suppose.
We will also fix that.
Yeah. Let's don't concern ourselves right now with that final editing.
Yeah. Okay. So those commands are there, and then run the tests.
Yeah, but we can get to the run the tests below, right? Or do we want to put that here? Okay.
I do think we want to put it here because for every workflow, the command is different.
Yep. So if you scroll down, then it's npm run test :php. And then you could do -- to get the space, and then any other commands that you want, like group, filter.
Yeah, but that's explained further down the page.
Further down the page, correct.
This is just the basic command to run the tests.
That's correct. That runs all tests.
Yeah, this should sort of cover the Docker one.
Yep.
What about running from npm without Docker?
npm would be the same process, except you have to also do composer install then too, right?
And run and install PHP. Let's just say, okay, paragraph, where is it? Okay, paragraph. Strong prerequisites. Yeah. Yes, when people are looking, my typing gets worse.
Well, also trying to collaborate. Yeah, trying to collaborate, talk, and type is not easy.
If you want to run the tests with via npm without the Docker container, you need to make sure that PHP and MySQL,
MariaDB, MongoDB doesn't work. We actually have a page about this, which I never find, but as always. But yeah, we have a page that says what WordPress works on.
Let's see. Installing WordPress locally. No. Installing a local server. I'm going to just link to that page for more details on how.
There you go.
So it's just MySQL or MariaDB, by the way.
Yep.
That's what she's got.
For more information on setting up PHP and a database locally, please see the installing a local server handbook pages. Okay, so then it's install npm, make sure you're in root, and then it's the same commands basically. Okay.
It's the same ones, except then you're going to need something else. You're going to either need to have the FAR approach or composer approach. Yeah.
Yeah, good question. In other words, let's put a note there that we need more steps there and we don't know exactly which ones at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
In that line you just typed, there should be an opening list item tag and not to closing text.
The opening tag. You had his closing tag. Up. Up there with the question marks that you just put in. You got an opening. The opening tag is a close. That's it. That's what he's saying.
Thank you for finding that, for seeing that.
Now I have to jump off for 10 or 15 minutes and I will join you later.
Yeah, just pop back in when you're ready.
Yep.
Thanks for being here, Sergey. Okay, if you want to run tests via Composer, you need to make sure that it's basically the same thing. And then if we go to this list, let's just copy it and then trim it down because we can remove nearly everything. Install Composer. Download. So that's the page.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in the Composer section. Install Composer. Make sure you run the following, run from the command line, and in this case I don't need the whole block. I just need Composer update W.
I'm multitasking and I shouldn't. Because I'm also preparing I have also the update install component chat in 15 minutes. So yeah,
Multitasking.
Yeah, I shouldn't.
Okay, so let's
If your brain can handle it, kudos to you.
Okay, that one, yep. And then far.
Yeah, if you want to run via PHPUnit far, you need to make sure Composer. Okay, in install Composer, that's still the same. Download the farm.
There are a lot of options here. You can run Composer with far. You can run far with, you just manually bring down each one of these dependencies without Composer.
This is why we need Milana's awesome tool.
Yeah.
Because it's a proper choose your own adventure.
Is it an interactive tool that actually is in the page where people could just pick? Do they filter?
Yes.
Oh,
It's
cool.
actually a wish list still, but we need to build it. It's not just mine. It's also Courtney actually started from training. She started that idea, and then because training and learn and marketing all have the same needs as documentation for, the tools are needed the same. So we are working on it together and trying to figure out all the features that we would love to have. And hopefully we will get one day. But people are working on it.
But I'm thinking about the MVP that was done for WordCamp Europe 2019.
Yeah.
Where basically it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I mean, in that case, it was pretty straightforward, but I could see. So, Tonya, maybe you haven't seen this tool.
I haven't.
But basically, for Contributor Day, you were asked to what are your skills? What, several pages, and then the end output is, okay, you can contribute to team A, B, C.
Okay.
So basically, in this case, it should be like, what operating system are you on? And then you pick the operating system,
and then it filters.
And then it filters, okay, if you have Mac, you can use Docker, you can use this, and you can use that. Which one are you using?
I like that. That's a better experience. It's a guided tour.
Yeah. Yes, because also this wall of text, and this is why I was talking about the design, this wall of text with also no visual differentiator between sections other than headings, which are not as bold as you want them to be when you scan a page.
Right.
It's frustrating because, especially on pages where there are a lot of options, like the one you're working on right now, is like, I cannot scan it visually, which is how people read on the web, as we know. So I think it's great that we put all the information together, because this information cannot live only on your brains. But at some point, I think it would be great to have a proper choose your own adventure. So
Right. Well, this information that's in here is what then populates when you
Yes.
filter
Yeah.
down. So the information
Exactly.
still needs to be collected. It's how it's presented.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The output is what
Right.
Yeah, well,
makes it.
with that tool, we were actually trying to solve a problem that contributors sometimes don't know where to contribute.
Oh, yeah.
So we are asking them when we ask them to choose the theme for Contributor Day. First of all, many of them don't know what is Contributor Day. Second of all, many of them don't know what design team is doing. They have idea what is web design, but that's not what design team is doing. And so there are a lot of misconceptions about Contributor Day and contributing to make teams. And we didn't want to make them to go through all 27 handbooks and read them because no
Oh,
one is
yeah.
doing that.
Nobody's
And
gonna
it's
do it.
outdated. It's outdated anyway.
So
So
you
what
27.
we did, we didn't want to ask them questions they don't know answer to, but to ask them
Yes.
questions they know answer to. So what they're
Yes.
doing with WordPress, what they are doing, what are their skills, and what do they want to do with WordPress, or which skills they want to. And then when every question was like, you just select, it's a radio box, radio button, and you select, and based on that selection, the next selections would be conditional based on what you selected on previous. And when you finish those 3 questions, those are just 3 questions. When you finish, you get the list. These themes are your best choice to try, that match your skills
That
and
makes
your
sense.
interest. And then you will see what are they doing. You might never choose test or a tide.
Yeah.
What is tide? But depending on your skills and what you can do, you might try there, and it might be interesting to you. So that's what we were trying to solve with all that.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And that provides a
I think-
guided experience for you to be able to land somewhere. Yeah.
So I do think that at some point this could really help with the with testing instructions, because you don't give this wall of, or I think about also the well, now I'm really going off topic, the release page that has instructions for the 3 different people that
Oh,
work
I
on
know.
the release. There's the actual instruction that the committer needs to type. There's the instructions that the mission control needs to type into the terminal, and there are only like 5 people in the world with mission control access. So
right.
it makes sense that
It's very specific
instructions
for them.
are there. So also for testing,
Ooh, I like that, Juliette.
it would be like, start from what operating system you're on, and that already skims down a lot of the
problems.
content, because if you're on Debian, you don't want to read about all the instructions for Mac. And if I'm on Mac, I don't know what Debian is. So just reading the name is going to put fear in me. So,
Right.
At the same time, with all these kind of guided steps, I remember the tooling Milana was referring to for Contributors Day. There are teams which aren't officially teams, and those get completely missed in those kind of workflows.
Yeah.
Because they do have a table at Contributor Day, but they're not in those workflows because they're not official teams. I mean, there's quite a few requirements, for instance, for teams, like a weekly meeting and a weekly blog post. And yes, can someone please get me a secretary? Sorry, but so there's a...
But it gives you a ballpark. Like, if you don't know anything about
impression, but we also want to make the discoverability of all the teams better, and we're still there's still quite a few which are invisible, I think, and that's nothing to do with the tool. The tool is great. I just think we need
it's not the development stopped, but
information.
then we had to stop. We actually, Milana and I started working on it for WordCamp Europe 2020, and then when it got cancelled, we got
Oh,
depressed and we stopped working on
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Ladies,
Yeah.
I have to go and prepare
Alrighty.
this meeting, which I suspect I'm going to be the only one attending because everyone else is doing other things, but I will attend nevertheless if someone wants to come along. If you need any help with the, going into the back office and format, but I gave admin status to the three of you,
Yeah.
Good.
so you can
We
also
should be
do
able to
that.
handle it. Yep.
And then I will continue with my audit of
Okay.
the all the instructions, because I do believe that we have at least to highlight the source of truth, make sure that that source of truth is up to date, and then everything else, if it links back to it, because for example, this Docker container, all these instructions, you can just link back to the GitHub page, but that GitHub page needs to have all the information, not just, okay, now bye. I was like,
Right.
oh, okay.
Right.
So let's improve it further once the information architecture structure has been set up, and make it with more links. But for now, at least there's going to be something there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah,
No,
Francesca,
thank you.
if
Thank
nobody's
you.
there and you want to come back, just come to that same link. Come join us.
Yes, I will. I
Alrighty.
will.
See you later.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Later,
Bye.
maybe.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have a look at what I've just
Yeah, I'm
created.
gonna refresh. Running the test that way. I'm kind of wondering, and I'm just going to make this general comment. We assume then that there's prerequisites. You've got your machine set up the way you want to pick your workflow, to pick your adventure that you want to do. So like Docker and NPM, you should already have installed. I'm wondering if those should be prereq. Instead of step 1, install step 2. Really, the step 1 is make sure you're in the right folder, then run these commands. Now you're ready to run the tests. See what I kind of mean? So every time you do it, it's not you need to install Docker, you need to install. That would be a prereq. Under the Docker container one right there, install Docker, install NPM, that would be a prereq.
So basically, we need to split the lists. No, because it's a prereq for setting up.
Right, but we said the total setting up your environment to get ready to run these commands would be in a separate document where we'd go through and say, this is how you install.
At this moment, this is what's
Exactly.
there. So we need to make sure it's at least complete enough here, and we could split like the Docker container. Say the first 4 steps are prerequisites before you can run the test. And
That's
then
what
the
I was
last one
meaning.
is the
Yeah.
test.
Yeah.
So basically,
Yeah, so you've got prerequisites already started how you've got prerequisites. These are your assumptions that you've got this far. You need these before you can do these steps. Yeah.
let me reorganize something a little, and then see where we are after that.
And while you're doing that, Milana, I was wondering, when we write documentation, do we write it in first person? In other words, do we say you, or do we just say make the test run? How do we want to write?
Well, there is a on documentation team handbook, there is a page saying, let me just find it. There should be about tone and voice, right?
Yep.
So using you is actually more like a tutorial type, not really documentation, but we can revert that later.
I was just kind of wondering why she was working. I thought maybe you and I could talk about that.
Yeah.
It's often difficult to find the right tone, but we're literally listing steps, which is why I used you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was more a curiosity of how.
Yeah.
What's the convention?
But it's a good question. It's absolutely a good question.
Well, for WordPress, we have, for the official documentation, we have kind of relaxed. So it's not really that technical, and we have to think about wording. So sentences have to be simple, because we have to have in mind people who have English as a second language.
Right.
So no, what is the word? Well, English is my second language. So no, like stylized allegories, and you have to be very specific, but not like that technical. It's not IKEA guide how to set the bookshelf. So something in between, and I mean, always we have someone who speaks English as first language, go through that and reword stuff. So that's not the problem right now. But yeah, there is like talking to a person using you is more a tutorial style, and we will remove that. Well, we will revert everything.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. Thank you. I'm learning the proper documentation etiquette in the project.
Yeah, and we have official style guide for the.
I figured you did, so yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, Tonya, go read it.
Well, it's pretty new.
Oh, okay.
It was for Google Season of Docs project for this fall and winter 2020. So it's pretty much new. We didn't still apply it to the rest of the documentation, but it's there. Okay. And we have, some official rules how to do stuff.
Okay, good. Oh, and I figured that you would. I mean, we've got to have some guides. We, as the project, have to have guides because we have so many different contributors coming in. So, yeah.
Well, it's kind of weird that we didn't have it before. We just have it right now. But and when you get some technical people, technical writers who go there and read through it, there is no. We should have for Help Hub like template what kind of information you serve in which order. We don't have that. So everything was copied from Codex where everyone could add anything, and there are a lot of things that should be fixed in documentation. But then again, when you think of it, it's just us volunteers doing that.
Right.
I think we have pretty good documentation, but it always can be better. Yeah.
Everything can be improved. Everything. So listen, everybody who's listening to us, whether live or later, come contribute to document. There's another on-ramp for you. Documentation needs your help too.
I always offer cookies, so
I'm going to get a plate. Where's my plate at?
Yeah.
How you doing, Juliette?
Well, I've just reorganized some things.
I thought if we had a separate top that could let you focus, so we weren't staring at you.
That worked very well. Thank you very much for that. So what I've done is basically that prerequisite part, which was in 3 of the 4 workflows, I've basically moved that to the very top. So test running workflow options, there are several different ways. These are the ones to choose from. And for all these workflows, with the exception of the Docker container, you need to make sure that PHP and MySQL are available. And here's how you install those.
Okay.
And then setting up, and that's something I haven't fixed for the others yet. So I've changed the title from Docker container to setting up the Docker container environment. Mm-hmm. And I should do that for NPM and for Composer as well. So let me just edit that, and then you can all refresh and see if it's better.
Something is off. It looks like PHPUnit par file the whole section is indented, like part
shifted.
of list item.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Yeah.
There must be a stray list somewhere which I didn't close or something.
Well, we can go back to and actually do an edit or a review and then edit it.
So you didn't close the list below? Yeah, that list. You didn't close it. There is no, and yeah.
Well, I did, but then I removed it when I was moving stuff around.
Yeah, I just checked too. I can go in and edit as well, so that'll be good. Once we get to that point, I can kind of clean up some of the different Gutenberg tags and put them in and so on. A little bit of admin. But we'll leave that to last because that's not what's important right now. Right now is getting the content in the right places.
No, let me save it and then we can all look again.
Yep.
And yeah, this code highlighting, which sometimes kicks in and sometimes doesn't, but then moves everything underneath that table of contents, is kind of annoying.
The under the setting up the Docker container environment, the very last paragraph, the command there is without the dash composer. It's just npm run test :php.
Yes.
The problem with those topics that are there is because this table of contents is actually on the left side, and then it's floated to the and every handbook has that same problem.
Yeah.
So every time you have a element like this code, or you have a heading, it's gonna be way below, and there will be space.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a prerequisite here about PHP MySQL. We've got the 4 options listed, and then for every one of those 4 options, we have a small section just saying how to get up and running. And NPM still has a question mark.
Yep.
We need to finish that off.
Now, will that be confusing for folks that I've got npm above and I've got npm there? Should the npm environment one say without Docker?
Yep.
There you go. Yeah. That way people can pick.
Yep.
Cool.
And I should probably edit that again because that might also be a good one for the list.
Yeah.
npm without Docker. Here we go.
All right. Yep. Okay. Let's kind of just go through and look at the content more so than the structure of it. Does everyone agree with that? Get the content right, and then we'll pretty up the structure. Okay.
Yes,
so
please.
the setting up the Docker container environments, you need to have Docker, you need to have npm, which if you have that now, that is what you would have. You need to be in the right directory, which above in the other step, we told you to cd into that directory. And then you run these commands. Now you're ready to run tests. So that one looks pretty good. Sergey, what do you think? Does that one look pretty good to you?
Hey, Sergey's back.
Yes.
Yeah, hey. Yeah, that one's okay? Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I link the install the links for Docker and npm to their own install pages. So then people, whether they're on Linux, Mac, or Windows, can find the install instructions for their system. I don't think we need to go into that much deeper.
No, because too, later we'll write separate instructions and then we can point them over there in the handbook. So, yeah, which don't exist right now, but will be later outside of this. Okay, the next one then is the npm without Docker. With that one, again, you need npm, you need to be in the right directory, you still need to run these commands, but you also then need to pick one of the others. Do you want to run it with var and with you've installed everything manually, or do you want to run it with Composer? I did remember Jonathan had said with this particular one, we could recommend Composer here, right? Isn't that your interpreter or what you remember, Juliette?
Yeah, but to be quite fair, I'd like for someone who actually uses the NPM workflow to finish writing this up. And I can edit the page, but if I need input from someone who actually uses this workflow.
Yeah, so...
I know this is not correct yet and not complete yet.
Yeah, so
and
that...
that's my question mark.
Okay. All right, so for everybody who's watching, we need to get the dependencies in there. That's what we're saying is what's the next step? If you have Composer, you need to run Composer update, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, just so everybody knows, I just got a warning that there's a severe weather thing here in my area. And since I'm hosting this, if we lose the internet or power, well, power, I have a backup. But if I lose the internet, the live stream will go bye-bye. So I'm just kind of warning everybody.
How serious is this warning?
We very rarely ever get warnings in our area. So if I hear the sirens, I'll let you all know. Uh-oh. we have tornadoes and big sails here, but usually they go around us. They almost never hit us. So anyway, I didn't want all of a sudden everything went black.
Never. That's
like, I
know.
Yeah. Where's some wood? Yeah, okay. All around me.
You close all the windows and put the blinds on and everything.
They are. I do that anyway, just so it creates a nice cocoon for me for working. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So that one. Setting up the Composer environment. Well, that's pretty straightforward. You need to get Composer installed. You've got to be in the right directory. And then from your command line, you're going to type this and run this command. Now you're ready to test. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Go for it.
So from what I see here, I get impression that I can use Composer as alternative to Docker, but then it seems that I am actually using Composer as the next step from setting up an NPM environment without Docker.
No, basically we're listing 4 options here. Should I make it 1, 2, 3, 4 and then number these as well? There are 4 different workflows and each of them is being given their own steps now.
Right. So you just pick one of these.
Okay.
Yes,
okay. Because
and they all end with once you've set up, this is how you run the test. Once NPM is set up, you can run the test like so. Once Composer is set up, you can run the test like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think would help there?
I just got impression because this item where are question marks for NPM environment without Docker. So I've heard that next steps were like either Composer or PHPUnit par file.
Mm-hmm. Right. There are different options there, but like she said, we'll come back and edit this once we figure out somebody who runs that. Would it help if that's what she's saying? What if? Go ahead.
We might not. To be quite fair, I'm tempted to say we should maybe even remove the NPM without Docker one, because basically they'll still need either the PHPUnit var or Composer.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
So why not say either use the Docker container or Composer or the var?
Yeah.
But running NPM without Docker doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, for the PHPUnit side, for the E to E side, you do need to run because there are some dependencies that need to get built. But here, I think you're right.
But this is PHPUnit.
That's why I was saying, yeah. So maybe that will get rid of some confusion. Yeah, I agree. Everybody agree? Yeah? Okay.
No.
The other thing, I think you're right, Milana, it is kind of confusing. Do I need to do each of these setups? Maybe option 1. Or pick 1, pick 2. Something that lets you know you just pick one of these. What would help there, would you think?
Yeah, I think that would be clear.
Maybe like option 1, option 2, option 3, and that lets you know you're picking an option. I don't know. Does that word translate well?
You know what I think we should do for those kind of things? Always find someone who didn't work on this to read it,
Okay.
Okay.
and then see if
It's clear.
if it's clear. Also, for running these commands and these kind of instructions, I love to give that to a new contributor, a task to set it up, and everything that's missing, to all the questions, we answer them on documentation, so it's always up to date.
Very good. I actually have a couple of people that could do this because they haven't
Good.
quite set up their system yet in the core test. Yeah. So.
That's also exactly what I was saying here. Basically, I mean, these instructions here already presume a certain environment and certain things having been set up. Well, it doesn't actually say that, and that's why I wanted to have the install Docker, install npm steps explicit in what I'm writing here, because that will help newbies, and we want to be welcoming to new people. We want more contributors, so we need to make it as straightforward as possible. At least provide them with the steps, and then, I mean, yes, we can go into a lot more depth here, but this is about running the tests.
Right.
So going into more depth would be a different handbook page. But for now,
I don't think we need more depth. We need exactly every step, but not more depth. That is not, we can give a link, and if you want to learn more and go into depth, go there. But this is like, you do this, but we shouldn't ever miss one step, or being specific where we are and what we are doing.
Right.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Would it help if the list of options was an unordered list, and the list of specific steps for each option was an ordered list with numbers? I don't know if that would help.
Like a step 1, step 2, step 3.
Instead of continuing with the numbers, it would restart with numbers, so people would know it's a new list.
Yeah.
Yeah, like switch this around.
Anything that lets you know it has an order to it is good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the steps, I mean, the Composer workflow, if you are familiar with Composer, is like the one with the least steps, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But it does require having PHP and MySQL on your machine.
You know what else would be good? To actually record how you do this, each of these, and have those videos on WordPress.tv or Learn, and then we can.
Yeah, that was something too. I was going to experiment with that by actually doing a live stream first and walking through all the steps to refine it. Yeah, okay, and then we can create Learn episodes or a little course around walk through. You don't have anything set up. This is how you set it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're on a Windows. You want to do this. Here's how you set it up. You're on Mac.
I found that it's very helpful and so much easier. I started doing that for how to contribute to documentation. So contributing code to Help Hub is extremely difficult because it's a child theme for forums, and then you have .org header and footer, just inserted there. So it's very difficult to set it up. And I created videos. So now I go to that video when I have to, do something with code because everything is there. So it's much helpful. Yeah, it's helpful to have all that, so people see the errors and everything.
Yep. Totally agree with you on that. That is in the plan once we figure out what all the individual steps are. I thought too, by having all the different, in the core test team, we have folks who are QA, folks who do manual testing, folks who do very deep automated testing. Well, let's have them all try this, come up with the steps, and then go record it for everybody. Yeah, so they can have those. Yep.
And yeah, for someone who already has everything installed, to uninstall everything and then record it, that
Yep.
yeah, it makes it more complicated.
Which, by the way, that's why I have multiple machines on my desk, so I can tear them completely down and start from scratch and make sure that a new contributor is empowered to be able to start, that I haven't made assumptions. Yeah.
Yeah, we are talking from privilege, though, because you even have several machines.
Yeah, and that too. But that at least lets me be able to test it in a way. If I tested it here on my main machine, I'm already starting with things all pre-installed, and I'm going to miss a step. Yeah. Anyway, okay.
Right. Okay, so can you all three quickly read through the testing running workflow options section, the complete thing? I've already seen one thing I want to change, but I'll let you all read it briefly, and then you can all say what else needs changing, and I'll do it all in one go. And this also goes for everyone who's watching. Please read it as well and leave your feedback in the chat, because we really appreciate you contributing by giving your input in this session in the chat.
The third option for FAR has two ways of doing it, though, and I already know of a couple of contributors who do not want to have Composer on their machine. So for that one, we could go ahead.
That's the next step.
Okay.
First have the basic setup,
right,
and then we can go into more depth.
Yeah. So that was the main thing. There was you can install Composer, or you can go and download everything that you need. Right. But yeah, that's another one that we want to put in there.
Yeah, I think maybe as an info section like this, and I think this info needs to be moved down to running the tests at some point. And this info section about multi-byte string should probably be merged into the prerequisite about PHP and MySQL.
Yeah, I think so too.
And then we can have an info section here, which says if you prefer to run the FAR without Composer, you can also use git clone to download the polyfills. and set this constant.
So basically the FAR has two different, so for Milana, basically the FAR approach has two different ways you can do it. You get FAR on there, and then you can either use Composer and do this, or you clone everything, bring it down, and then you run it. Right, so you get two different ways.
It's definitely not a recommended workflow, because it makes, it means you have to keep your local install up to date manually instead of trusting Composer to do it.
I understand that, and we can put that in there, but this again is so people can pick a workflow, right? Not necessarily one or the other. You pick what works for you. Yeah.
This is very this info box on Windows and having trouble. I mean, what does it mean? What kind of trouble? How does that look like?
Okay, I can show you that in a moment. I will show you in a moment. Basically, what this is about is that the default output is with colors for PHPUnit, and if you're on the default Windows command line, you will not get colors, but you will get the color codes outputted on your screen, and your test output will look horrible because of all the color codes and becomes completely unreadable. I think one thing we should say is probably, check out that guide, but also, by the way, there is a colors is never option. Just use that.
I think too, she's also meaning having trouble with, what's the trouble that you're having?
Yeah, what's the trouble? I mean, I'm not on Windows, but it could say you on Linux and having trouble, and I could have trouble, all sorts of trouble if I didn't install things well, if I didn't follow steps correctly. And I don't know what trouble will this solve. And so I think we should specify here.
And the whole link doesn't actually link to it, or the Windows section seems to have been removed.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It's not there anymore. Huh. Yeah, so the trouble was kind of generic for the far there, but when you went there, that's not there anymore.
So I have to say, this is a page from 2011. Seriously.
Okay, so I think that box does need some love, is what we're kind of saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the simplest thing is, what most people have problems with is those color codes being outputted to the screen.
So
But
maybe
let's just-
saying like, is your output unreadable or something like that? Do you see, characters that shouldn't be there? I don't know how to.
Right. So if you're on
exactly
Windows
word
and
it.
you're having trouble with the color codes when running tests,
Yeah.
see this. Yeah, something like
No,
that.
no, not even see this. Just you add -- colors is never to the command line.
There you go. There you go.
That's it. I mean, the fact that people can install a different command line or an ANSI tool to get the colors working is outside the scope of this tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
True.
You know, I mean, you've all seen the command line I use. This is not the default Windows command line. This is conemu, and conemu has color support. So if I run tests here, I get color support without problems.
Right.
But that's only because I installed that tool. But that is not this tutorial.
No, it
So I
is
think
not.
this box needs to be changed, and it needs to be done. I think it needs to go underneath here.
Okay.
And I think the bit
The
about
other
my
one up above.
about string needs to go in the prerequisite.
Why don't you go
we
ahead and
should
make
probably-
those couple of changes?
Yeah, and we should also mention probably that there are a couple of more PHP extensions which are recommended to be enabled, because otherwise a large section of your tests will just not run. They will be skipped. Things like GD, things like OpenSSL, I think, Sodium Compat.
Yeah,
we can have a look at the Docker container, what extensions they enable.
Yeah, and it's for folks who are wanting to test in those specific areas, then you're going to want to turn on these extensions.
I'm just looking at the Docker container now to see if I can see the extensions list that they enable. Yeah, so GD, MySQL, MySQLE, zip, EXIF, Intel, internationalization, MB string, XML, and XSL. And it doesn't even mention Sodium Compat, but I would recommend turning that on if it's available, as in if you're on PHP 7.2 or up.
Okay.
But yeah, so I've got a list of extensions here. MB string is required to even run PHPUnit.
Right.
That's in the manual because I added it. Yeah, sorry.
And that's why she knows that? Yeah.
Yeah, no. Actually, oh gosh, that part hasn't even been done yet.
Yeah, okay.
It does require certain other extensions, but actually, the thing is, MB string isn't actually required, but it is. It is enforced now as a requirement for PHPUnit, but it's only needed when you use test docs.
Right. So as you can see, it starts getting much more complicated when you're setting things up with one of these other workflows that you've got to consider. Will I be working on certain things that I need to be able to have certain extensions set up for myself? Yeah.
Yeah, well, most of these extensions are enabled by default anyway.
Yes.
Not few, but most of the others are. So, but let's figure something out here. Where is okay, this is that paragraph. No, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want.
Alrighty.
Okay. And okay. and I'm just gonna take that text. And I do think we need to change that. So please note that both PHPUnit as well as the WordPress test suite have certain have requirements for certain PHP extensions to be enabled in your install to be able, this is not a good sentence, but we'll fix that, to be able to run the full test suite. And I'm gonna, for PHPUnit, I'm just gonna link to that requirements section.
There you go.
That will sort that out. And we can, I'll update that and make sure that the MB string is mentioned soon as well.
Yeah, okay.
Have requirements for certain PHP extensions to be enabled in your installed. Typical extensions which should be enabled are GD, MySQL and I'm going to put a bracket around the E, so MySQL is mentioned then. Zip, MB string, XML. I don't think opcache is needed for the test. And I don't think exif is needed for the test. No, exif actually does help with the test as well. Should I just mention the whole list? In that case?
What do you think, Sergey?
I think there was a list in the hosting team handbook. There was a list of recommended extensions. I can grab the link now. Maybe we could just link that WordPress.
Yeah, it's better to put link.
Yeah. Okay. The list I've now added is the list which is in line with what is being used in the Docker container.
Yeah.
And there's actually some optional extensions as well, like Xdebug and Memcache and ImageMagick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then let's go to that second block, info block, which we were going to move and change.
I've added the link to the hosting handbook in the chat, or I can paste it somewhere else if you need that.
Just post it in the chat if you want. That would be helpful. Then I have it on the same computer.
Yeah. Should copy paste. Yeah, I keep DMing her, but that's a different computer. Yeah. Yeah, and seeing weird codes.
Yeah, that's much better.
I
Baboom.
think it's color. Let me check and make sure that the command is correct. PHPUnit colors is never. And let me put a filter on that. Give me a name of a test group so I can limit the test run.
Just a group would be like, I don't know.
Well, just one test.
There you go.
So. Okay, so this command should work, and if I now turn it to auto, yeah, I'm not seeing a notice from PHPUnit saying that the command is wrong.
Okay.
And I know I've seen that if it was so.
Right.
I could even just make a test fill at this moment, just to see the difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we
there
see
you
a
go.
test error, and with auto we see the red F.
Red.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, so that command works.
Okay, good.
Got the syntax correct.
Yep.
In your command line screen output.
Oh, that's much more clear. Now you know specifically. That was a good catch
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing in that big prerequisite box, everything in that prerequisite is everything except the Docker container.
Yeah,
right?
Except the Docker.
I'm just
container
wondering if, because when you just read that first sentence, it makes it sound
Yeah,
like
let's-
only PHP and MySQL.
Let's do it prerequisite for non-Docker container.
There you
workflow.
go. And then that way
Yeah.
you can get rid of that verbiage.
Simpler, yeah. Prerequisite for non-Docker workflows.
So, in that sentence.
For non-Docker workflows. Yep.
Ta-da! All right, refresh. Let's all give our eyes to it again.
If you do that, give me
Break?
a moment for a break. Yeah, 2
Okay.
seconds.
Anything jump out at all of you?
Well, this formatting in prerequisites for non-Docker workflows, these typical extensions which should be enabled. So these ticks are
need to be
not
code.
really doing, they don't do anything here. So they should be changed.
Yeah, probably because we're in HTML mode and not in Gutenberg.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not auto-fixing it. I'll do it right now while she's gone, so you all can keep reading.
And also in that info box for being weird on Windows, the colors never.
Okay, I'll get that one too.
I've got fresh caffeine and sugar.
Oh no, she's going to be really hyped up now. Look out. Juliette, I'm going in and editing right now because the backticks are not converting to code. So I'm putting that in.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I did do that correctly in most places, but I
Yeah.
really forgot. This is so much habit of writing Markdown all the time. And external is doubled there as well in the last sentence.
Yeah. Okay, I got that too.
Mm-hmm. And Sergey, I don't think I see the link in the chat, which you said you were going to paste about the...
Probably did not. I did sent it to the YouTube chat, but I guess it's not. It did not come through for some
Yeah,
reason.
it didn't come through on the YouTube chat. That's really weird.
It's actually been really...
In one of our first streams, I also sent a link to a ticket that we were discussing, and I think it also didn't come. So maybe it's the YouTube filter in URLs or something like that.
Well, it's been really quiet on the chats over the last, half an hour.
Yep.
So I wonder if the chat is still working.
Couldn't tell you. Either that or if we broke YouTube. I can just hear it now. YouTube will be writing me, "You broke YouTube." All right, so those, if you refresh those code ticks, are now converted.
Yeah, refreshing now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good.
Juliette, what were you envisioning for the setup running far? Are you envisioning two different workflows there? One with setup far with composer, setup far without composer? I don't think putting it in a box, that's like saying those who do this, we're putting you in a special box. That might make some of those contributors feel a little...
No, I think one of those info boxes works as well. I mean, this is the recommended way, still using Composer to get the dependencies installed. It's not a workflow I would want to highlight too much because it's not a workflow I think we should recommend to anyone. I mean, if people want to do it, they can. We've enabled it so that people can if they really, really want to.
But what's the harm with saying, because none of these are recommended. These are, you pick a workflow. So I'm just kind of thinking those who don't want it should have that option and not necessarily be put in a special box that gets called out as, it just might send the wrong signals, kind of what I'm wondering. We're kind of isolating them, putting them in a special little box.
But it's also an advanced workflow. Let me put it in a box, but and let me try something, and then you can say whether or not it looks okay or not.
I'm also thinking of the couple of people who do it that way will be like, that needs to change. So that's why I'm like, okay, let's just do it now.
Well, sometimes you just want to leave how it is, and people will, bug you in Slack channel like that.
They already have.
Yeah.
They've already made it very clear. You need to have this other workflow. So that's why I'm saying we need to have that as another workflow.
Yeah.
Because they're using it, and they've been using it that way for years and years and years and years. So, saying that yours isn't recommended would be offensive to them. It's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't. I mean, sorry, but it's like saying, I mean, I know some people will run the coding standards via Git clones, amongst which me, but I'm a developer for the coding standards. I actually keep all those repos up to date because I contribute to them. Mm-hmm. Other people who do that, the first thing they need to do on a daily basis is basically update all their clones. Mm-hmm. I mean, go ahead and waste your time, but you might as well just use Composer Update and make your whole life easier. And I do understand, the arguments like, but I don't want this installed in every single repo I use. I understand that. And for certain people, there's definitely a use case, but that's not the default use case.
Understood. But I understand that we may feel, but to them, they don't feel that way. And so since this is all contributors, I'm just kind of saying we don't necessarily want to put certain contributors in a box.
No, right? I'm trying not to in the word I'm choosing.
Yeah. And by the way, one of our lead developers in the project prefers not to have Composer. So that's why I'm kind of saying that, we want to accommodate so that any composer can pick any composer. Any contributor can pick a path that works best for them. And what works best for them, we might go, why are you doing it that way? But it's their workflow and they like it. So.
Yeah, I'm still having on Linux the same setup. I don't use any MAMP or XAMPP. I just have, because it's Linux, I have installed Apache and PHP and MySQL, and everything is native there. And I do that with every new system, and I don't mind doing that, even though there are easier ways. But that's your workflow.
That's kind of what I'm saying is though, to me, no, that doesn't for me personally, that doesn't make sense. But for someone who it is their workflow and has been their workflow for years, hearing that that's not the way you should do it would be like, well, it works for me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the fastest way for me. So,
Yeah, I have a similar setup. I have everything installed natively, and I can quickly switch between PHP versions. And
exactly.
That's one of the reasons I have not tried the Docker setup yet.
Yeah, I have that too to some degree, and then I switch to the Docker when I need to help contributors be able to get rolling, because the Docker way is one of the simplest ways for folks to just quickly just get involved and go. Yeah.
But I've been getting a lot of errors with Docker when I was, it was a few years ago.
On Linux?
So maybe, yeah.
We've got another contributor in the test area that is having those same problems today. Can't get it working because of something on Linux. Yeah. And I don't quite know what it is yet, but that is still a problem.
I think it's connected to the actual virtualizer, so it may be VM or VirtualBox or whichever they do. I think the problem is how the Docker connects with them on Linux, and there's always Docker was just a torture for me every time. Oh my God, can we just start?
Yeah.
So,
totally agree. Now, this particular contributor also gets involved in the end-to-end testing side of things, so they're going to have to get the Docker side of things up and going for the NPM workflows. But there may be another route, because we just added in Composer here, so you can still run NPM and then run Composer. Boom. Yeah.
I love Composer.
Me too. Some folks are anti, and so that's why we want to be inclusive with folks who really don't want a certain tool for whatever their reasons may be. Yeah. I don't know if you all can hear the storm outside. It's a big thunderstorm. It's okay. Good. It's not loud on my mic.
I don't hear it.
Good. It's one of the reasons why people are always like, wow, you got a mic. Yes, but my mic has a range of about right here, and that's it. So then you don't hear, right now, there's hail coming down and the windstorm, and you're not hearing any of that. So, yeah.
Remember that time when I had a rainstorm here outside?
Yes.
During our live stream. That was fun.
Yeah, it was like you could just hear on the window and everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was also looking for a microphone, but then again, I'm on Linux, so everything audio is a problem on Linux. It's
Yep.
like a weekend project to add new headset or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, for that problem on the Docker side of things, I'm going to be, I have another machine. I know, privilege. I have a lot of machines, but there'll be one I'll be setting up just for Linux so that I can help out folks who are also contributing on Linux.
Yeah.
So in other words, folks out there, if you're listening later, because I know unless we broke chat, lots of you aren't here right now, but our idea here is inclusive. If you're a contributor, you have a certain workflow, we want to include you and empower you to come contribute. Which also means come contribute your workflow too, please.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Send us your setting.
Yeah, please. Because guess what? If you've got it, somebody else might be doing it too. So, hey, there's nothing wrong with having a collections of different ways for people.
Right, I've written something up, and it's definitely not perfect, but
it's a starting point.
It's a starting point. So if you refresh this page, let's have a look.
Well, first of all, I don't like the box. I'm just going to say. I think I've been very clear. I don't like the box. It's taking people who have a preferred workflow, another alternative workflow, and putting them in a box. So.
Yeah, but I mean, that same goes for anyone who doesn't want to use Docker here. We're doing the same thing. You know, if you don't want to use Docker, you need to make sure that PHP and MySQL are installed.
But that's only those prerequisites. But then there's a workflow below that lets you go and pick those workflows of how you want to run it.
Yeah,
or we could also take each one of those prerequisites and take them out of the box and copy them to each one of those. So then it's not in a box. Yeah.
But then again, you want to keep documentation dry.
Exactly. Which in that case, that makes sense. For here, it's more, this is just how I interpret it. You all please contribute. It's interpreted as you're doing something different, so we're giving you a special box for how you're doing it differently. How do you all see it?
Sure.
It could be seen that way, but it also could be seen as if you're doing this way, you just keep in mind that this is important for that way. So I don't see that much offending, but I do kind of see what you mean. I mean, here we have this is almost for everyone. So if we have three options, and these things in box are referring to most of it. So it looks like the Docker is exception here, and we are putting all the other people in exceptions. But then again, there's a lot of text, and maybe we could put I don't know, like a star to something, or and then put this box somewhere else. I don't know, differently.
Yeah.
Style.
Docker is like the number one option is because it will save people a lot of hassle of having to set up PHP and MySQL, which a lot of people will already have installed, so it doesn't matter. But for those people who don't have it installed, that can be a huge mountain to climb.
Right. It's your fastest way to go from zero to just get contributing.
Yeah.
And those who want a deeper workflow can go and pick one of these others. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I know exactly who to share this page with, who will, there are a few folks in certain parts who are very anti-composer. that's why they wanted, could you please give a workflow that is far and without Composer that might, actually, I'll guarantee that the particular one I'm thinking of will feel like, oh, you did this to call me out. So that's the only reason I keep saying that. Why can't it just be a fourth workflow? So far can be with Composer, without Composer, kind of like we did. We took NPM out, but why can't it just be another? And if you want that workflow, go at your own. That you picked your journey. Yeah. What do y'all think?
Just thinking,
That's why I want it in a
just
box and
thinking
not.
the same.
Huh, Sergey?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same, that it could be a fourth workflow.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's just way too error prone.
Yeah, but it's their preferred. We're trying to say that if that is your way you want to do it, who are we to tell you no?
Yes, I agree. But at the same time, this whole exercise today is to make things as straightforward and as easy as possible for contributors to get up and running. This is making it more difficult. If people choose to take the difficult road,
Yeah.
should we really encourage them?
Yeah, but see, that's what's coming across by putting it in a box. Why are you taking this road? You're making it harder on yourself. It's kind of what I'm meaning. It is another workflow.
The thing is, we are going to have questions if people use this workflow, like
Sure.
about, but it's not working for me yet, which are going to be really hard to debug because they haven't kept their clone up to date.
Well, why don't we just put that in there? This is requiring a lot more manual interaction. Yeah.
I did put that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be impossible to debug from a distance, and yeah.
Yeah, those who are going to pick this route with this, they're only going to pick this. It's going to cause them more work, but they're only going to pick this route because that's the route they want to go. And then it's kind of one of those you picked your journey kind of things, right?
And I mean, we're highlighting that by saying, it's not one of the standard workflows, but you can still do it. And it is supported, and this is how you do it. We're giving them all the information needed.
Understand, but it's also biased. It's saying you can go this route, but we're putting it in a box because it's not one we're recommending, right? That is why we put it in a box. It's not recommended. But at the same time, we feel that you should run Composer, but here are it's alternatives versus us telling people you need to pick one of these recommended. Kind of get what I'm saying here? It's the intention of putting it in a box is to say, you can do this if you want at your own peril. Here's another.
And that's exactly what I'd like to get across.
But there are folks.
Maybe we could create under this setting up to run with the PHPUnit par file to say, have another list saying you can do it with Composer and without Composer. So with Composer, it has this, and list without Composer has this, and then make them equally under the PHPUnit par file.
Yeah, but
even though we are copying.
Isn't.
What?
What?
What's that?
They aren't equal because one is a debuggable workflow and the other one isn't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter though.
For this place, it doesn't matter. We can extend that on different pages, like debugging workflow or debugging tests or problems with tests, frequently asked questions. We can put it on another place, but this is just too much exceptions, and we just want to give a straight list of what to do.
Yeah, and then people can pick the one that works best for them. Let them decide what they want to use. Yeah.
And I have to run. So this has been fun. Thank you for calling me.
See you later.
Yeah, bye.
Being a critical reviewer.
Bye. Bye.
That was fun with her.
It was.
Let me see, where is she at?
But,
I know you're very against it, but I also know somebody else who will come and be very against. You said, Tonya, if you introduce Composer, you would make sure there's a workflow for people who do not want. Yes, but it's in a box.
And we're actually detailing it.
I get
with
that.
Plenty of people how to do it.
But it's called out in a way to say, why do you want to do it's special. It's been made special versus it's just special. Another. No, it's not to them though. It's not to them. That's the point I'm getting is, yes, to us, why would you want to do it? But to them, they're like, why do you want to use Composer? Again, the contributors can pick their own workflow.
I shared this with you before. I used to be very anti-Composer years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Largely because, I know this is not an issue anymore, but to me, it was ridiculous having the same software installed 20 times on my machine.
I know.
So for every project I contribute to, and in an average week, I contribute to 30 or more projects. So for every project, I would have PHPUnit installed. I would have a PHP code sniffer installed and lots of other dependencies. And you'd have different versions, and keeping all those versions up to date is just a pain in the neck. And I agree, that is one of the reasons why I was anti-Composer. It felt like it made my life more difficult. But with things like this, it doesn't actually make your life more difficult. It makes your life easier because you do not have to think about versioning. You do not have to think about keeping all those repos up to date because Composer will take care of that for you.
Right, but maybe these folks don't care about. Maybe they like the extra work. That's what I'm saying is they've chosen, I don't want to use it. So for whatever their reasons are, we're giving them another workflow without making them...
It's available. We're giving that to them anyway.
But you're putting it in a box to say, you're calling them out. Don't do this. I'm calling it. You can, but that's what I'm saying. It feels...
No, because it doesn't have a warning sign. It doesn't have an exclamation, do not do this, danger. It's an info box saying, if this is what you want, you can still do it.
What is the problem with having one more workflow? We are not recommending workflows. We have 4 different ones.
We're going to be duplicating nearly everything in the setup running with var workflow, and we're going to confuse people who want to use the straight var workflow.
Yeah, but you can say Composer var with Composer, pick that workflow. Option 4 workflow. Composer with that, or PHP var without Composer. That way it's very clear. You pick which one you want.
Yeah, I'm still against it. No, because again, we are still going to be duplicating these 4 steps and just adding more information to it, which is exactly what the info box does, adding more information. Okay. Maybe, what about if I say install Compose of a step 2 and 3, or follow the steps in the info box below if you don't want to use Composer.
I don't want it in an info box is what I'm saying. I've kind of made to move some things forward that this would be another workflow. It was kind of part of the helping things move forward.
Let's just do it.
Yeah, please.
And then hopefully someone will delete it soon enough.
Yeah. And that could be. But at least we're going in with the intent of here's another workflow for folks, which is kind of the point. Yeah.
I kind of see both points here, but it seems like if this is not the workflow we want to recommend, it seems like the info box attracts more attention than it should.
Yeah, that's kind of what...
Generally, I would... My eyes just don't read info boxes unless I need that particular info. Mm-hmm. But that might just be me.
Yeah, I typically skip over an info box too if it's not attributed to me, but I can kind of see the other point of view of folks who want the information in the box and then goes, wait, why was I put in a box? That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah,
I never didn't think of it of being put in a box.
Yeah, well, some folks would. That's the thing with a large community of people is everybody's going to see things a little bit differently. which in most cases is awesome because we bring in a lot of diversity in to make things better.
I agree with. Yeah,
Mhm.
totally true.
Yeah, so my point was more just inclusion of, hey, if that's how you want to roll, man, great. Welcome. Alrighty. You know, this page is already like leaps and bounds where it was before we even started. Oh,
Yeah.
leaps and bounds.
Oh, totally. We are making significant improvement, and we're not there yet. It's more at the bottom. Which
Oh, I
we
know.
Need,
Well, we're almost to that part because I think just putting this as another alternative, I didn't see anything else. Did you, Sergey, with the other workflows? Was there anything there you wanted to tweak?
Not really.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Then we get into, okay, now we're going to run the tests. And this is how you can run specific things. That picture that's there right now, or the code here that's showing the test running, that there were only 5,219 assertions and it ran in 2 minutes and 24 seconds. That's changing all the time. That should be getting bigger and bigger. More and more assertions to run.
if I use pre, can I just leave the PHP tags, or do I still need to encode them?
You know, I don't know.
Well, I've got.
Try
I
it.
know what I wanted. Yeah, I tried it before and it removed it completely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah. I have a feeling we didn't break Twitter chat. We just got to the documentation. Everyone went, I'm out.
Yeah. YouTube chat. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I am gonna do one thing, and
Okay.
that is have an info box with saying, please keep your clone up to date.
Yes, that makes sense. That's like, call attention here. Look at this. Yeah.
So,
Scroll.
so here at the top we now have PHPUnit var with Composer available, and then PHPUnit var without Composer. And yeah, yeah, that didn't work.
Ruh-roh. Yeah, and the second one still says with Composer, so that would actually be without. It's just missing the out.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I'm writing something in Slack, and I'll forget things like no or not. It's like kind of important inverse, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh God! It looks like it's still there. Except it's invisible or something, or it's scripted. Does it do the syntax highlighting for XML? Because I've put XML in there, but yeah. Either way, let me just paste what
It
we
looked
need.
like it stripped it right out, didn't it?
Yeah.
That's stinky.
It stripped everything except the indent white space. Let's try. Hang on. I noticed something weird there. Yeah, and PHP. The P too much, and there's a P too much here as well. There we go. Okay, let's try this again.
Okay, go back over here. Refresh. Yeah, okay, it's there now. Yeah.
Mhm.
What fussy. Fussy. The editor behind, not us.
Sorry?
The fussy was in regards to the editor being very specific as to what to put in there. Yeah.
We are fuzzy as well.
We can be
but
fussy.
That's good. But, I mean, we need to be discussing this, and
Yeah.
and it's right for us to be critical of different opinions and everything. It's okay. We should have these discussions. We don't always have to agree.
Heck no.
And we'll see what we, in the end, will make things better no matter what.
Well, and that's the point, is having disagreements when we're debating things makes the solution better. So we want those. Whatever your opinion is, bring it. Let's talk about it. And in the end, we all get consensus and move on together. Yeah.
I totally agree. I mean, it is about making documentation better. And if you think this will make people feel better, fine. I mean,
Yeah.
I still really would not recommend ever for people to use that workflow. But that's,
Yeah.
it is a workflow. And by the way, you're getting love from someone.
I saw that. Oh, hi. How are you? Welcome. So strong. Can you? My arm doesn't quite fit. There we go. Yeah. All right. Happy wishes to you too. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Blah blah blah.
Hang on, let me move this info block below the bit about running the farm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I think we can move on to...
Yeah, let's go down to running the test suite.
Yeah.
Because there's some old information here. Run it with PHPUnit. Well, it depends upon your workflow.
Yeah, there's some serious outdated. Yeah, which is all the more reason why it's so important that we're doing this now.
Heck yeah.
Because, I mean, if the information about running...
It's stripped it again!
Yes!
Son of a...
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I hate WordPress. Gosh!
We are a family-friendly show, but sometimes frustration will be expressed.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, I mean...
Maybe if we remove the PHP tags.
No, but those are needed. Those are needed in the XML.
Yeah, I know, yes.
But if I remove the code sample will just not work if I remove those.
Yeah, because I think it will just going to strip them again on subsequent edits.
Every time.
It's going to have to mind that because... But we can't get rid of the PHP tags. Because that really makes this code sample complete nonsensical.
Which means it's converting. Is it converting it when it saves? Oh, it must be what's happening. It's not keeping the entities.
Maybe we could add something like a must-use plugin on the make network for this for the handbooks to make this work, so it would not strip that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Refresh.
That's something for another day.
Yeah. We got a lot of those, don't we? That's something for another day. Put that on the list.
But these kind of things make contributing to things like the handbook or even writing a make post so incredibly frustrating. If you try and use a code sample, it screws everything up. And it has been... It's not as bad with the handbooks which are now in Git repos, but before that, it did that every single time. I mean, the coding standards page, the amount of... And every time someone edited it, they would have to edit it like 5 times before all the code samples worked again. And,
Yeah.
I mean, with all the smart minds we have, we should be able to come up with this and fix this better.
Yes. But that's for another day.
Yeah, and there's a question about the blurriness, which is weird.
I just answered it. I said that there's something weird going on. I have outside my window, and I'll just address it for everybody. If you're seeing some blurriness, it's been going on and off all day today. There's big storms outside my window, and I think it's just me because I'm actually hosting this, so everybody logs into me, and then I publish it out, so it's my internet, something weird because of the storm. So I apologize.
And I see one more edit we need to make. And,
what's that? But watch it when you save it. Make sure that...
Yeah. I'm actually going to... First thing I'm going to do now is... And you know what? I'm going to copy-paste this code sample and have it locally. And then every time we edit the page...
Copy-paste.
Put it back. Or we do it in the end once we finished editing. But I'm going to just copy-paste this now. And make sure I have it safe somewhere locally and don't need to do this for the 20th time in a minute.
Because that's going to get old, like, right now, right?
Yeah. Because with the with all the others we have a line, make sure you are in the root directory where you installed WordPress, because the tooling needs that.
Yep.
Except we don't have that with the FAR one. So
that is
now
correct. Yeah.
Added that in the how to run.
Okay, good. Good catch. All right, so let's move on to running the test suites.
Yeah, this sentence needs to be removed completely because it's well out of date. It doesn't run from the build folder. We removed that a long time ago.
And each one of these is specific to whichever workflow you're using. So if you're using...
Basically, I would say run the tests with the command as outlined for your preferred workflow above.
I agree. And just leave it at that, and then show the output so people can see what it's going to render as.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going to get outputted.
Where are we?
How does that simplify all of that? Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be...
Sergey's thinking.
Code,
Go ahead.
As a workaround for this code that has been removed, maybe I think that this example is also in our PHPUnit bootstrap file in WordPress. So maybe we could just link from this page to that line in the bootstrap file, and maybe that would not be removed, because this currently has just too much potential for someone else later editing this page and not noticing that this is removed.
In other words, we should watch this page, all of us, and whenever we notice it being removed, edit.
That works for now.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you have chosen your preferred workflow and set up your machine according to the above instructions, you can run the tests via the commands listed with your preferred workflow above. 1300. Shall I just copy paste something from my local machine, which is slightly more up to date and realistic?
Yes. People should start to see what it is today, at least how it is right now.
Yeah, and then obviously I will make an edit there, but hang on. Let's take the output from. Oh, I've only got a full workflow edit from PHP 8.1, which has all the failures in it, which we don't really want to show. No. Okay. Yep.
Maybe I could copy it from GitHub, one of the workflows for.
That's a good idea, Sergey.
That's a very good idea, yeah.
GitHub, not coding standards. And my machine does show what I work on. Which is not surprising, obviously.
It's just a few more. Wow.
What?
How much more that is compared to what was there.
Yeah.
That's why I called that out earlier, Sergey, when I was saying, look at that. People were going to think, oh.
Yeah, I saw that too. So,
let's see. I got to get in camp. This many versus...
And let's remove the warnings for now,
Yes.
just to not confuse people even more.
We missed the close and pre-tag.
Did we?
Yeah, it was overwritten when we pasted. That's fine.
Thank you. It's wonderful working with people who actually watch what you're doing and will correct it. Okay, and shall I copy paste that bit again? Yeah, might as well.
Might as well.
So, yeah, because I thought of it, so then at least it's not gone again.
Well, let's all make a mental note that we check that before we say we're done.
So this gives a much better impression, and no, we're not going to have the full, God knows how many lines, 200 lines or something.
Mm-hmm. But it gives a better idea for folks when they come here. Yeah. And if anybody's watching this later, we want this to continue growing. We would like to have more tests, please. So please come contribute. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see what this looks like now. Running the test suite. Missing a period at the end of the first paragraph. We'll catch that when we do an edit. Yeah. Okay. And then the Windows weirdness for seeing weird codes. Yeah, okay, that's afterwards. I think that section looks good.
Yeah, so do I. Just a one period. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Next, Sergey, how about you?
Yep, looks good to me.
All right, cool.
And it's much more up to date than it was. Not the whole thing, the confusing thing about the build directory, and yeah.
Oh my goodness! Every time I'd come there, I'd be like, "What's this?"
Yeah. Okay.
Running specific tests. Okay, individual tests. Okay, well, PHPUnit would be one way. What do we want to do here? Because there's different workflows.
I would also want to call out the filter option in PHPUnit.
Yes.
Because in PHPUnit 5, it wasn't that advanced, but in PHPUnit as 8 and 9, it's so incredibly advanced. I mean, you really want to take advantage of that.
Okay, so we want to call that out, but then if we get back to these, the rest of the section says you run PHPUnit. That's not true. It depends upon what workflow you're using as to what the command is. Now we get harder in how we lay this out.
I noticed recently that this way of running tests for an individual file no longer works currently in core because PHPUnit 9 requires classes to be named the same as the test file, I think, or something like that, and it just errors out and says class doesn't match the test name, and so the filter option is going away for me right now.
If you actually run -- filter and then the class name, that will still work on PHPUnit 9. So all the more reason to highlight the filter option. And let's look up the filter option as well, because there's some great examples here of how to use that filter option. So here, that's a link we should copy so that people can see all these examples of things they can do to filter the tests.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but Tonya made a valid point about all the commands starting with PHPUnit. Maybe we should make this section a little clearer. Wherever we say PHPUnit as of from in command examples from here on down, use the command listed with your preferred workflow.
I'm wondering.
Maybe info box.
Let me see, is that hold on just one second. Oh yeah, that's all part of that. I was looking at the header hierarchy there to make sure that this section we're on now is part of the running, and it is. So you would come into that section and you'd see that call out there. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Shall I make that an info call out?
I
and
think
whenever we refer to PHPUnit as of now, use the one for your preferred workflow.
Yeah, that works for me. I think it would be really interesting to have some people come and take a look at that, that they don't skip their eyes over that and then get down and go, wait, PHPUnit doesn't work for me when I'm running this particular workflow. But let's get that feedback from people to see. Yeah, I say we go that route for now, right? Sergey, are you...
Yep.
Awesome. Otherwise, this document's going to get huge. Workflow 1, here's your command. Workflow 2, here's your command. Oh.
Yeah, maybe we could also put some instructions on creating a batch file, or I don't know how they're called on Linux, but it would be probably out of scope for this page. So I created a PHPUnit.bat file in Windows that runs commands. And
I think that would be interesting. You know, to have like an advanced, here's some automation steps that you can do, and then have different workflows that you can help yourself. But I think that's out of the scope for today. But yeah, definitely something we could take a look at. Cat's back. Hey, yeah, it's still going strong. We have a lot to do here.
This would be a great article to highlight at the new contributors chat tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Hey, and to get some feedback right away. That would be awesome. Yeah. I like that idea. You got to copy and paste that one snippet back in there again.
Yeah, that's why I copy pasted the snippet locally. Running the test, you can to run an individual class, use filter with the name of the class. Oh, and this should be code. I am happy that I know HTML.
Sorry, that just cracked me up.
What?
The concept of somebody being a web developer that doesn't know HTML just blows my mind. I know. I'm just saying. That's why it made me laugh. So, Kat and I are having fun in the chat. So.
Sorry, let's use let's make sure I actually reference a test class name which exists, because otherwise that may confuse things again. So
yep. Cat. Making me laugh there, Cat. That's funny. There's a comment on your browser, Juliette.
Sorry?
There's a comment in the chat about your browser.
Oh no, that's just my because I've done certain tweaks to the team. I want a distraction-free environment, and all the newfangled thingies at some point get really distracting.
Mm-hmm.
This is Pale Moon, by the way.
Yep. Yeah. Kat put that in the chat. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go back, refresh.
Here is where we are. Okay, hang on. Because, at the top, I created this section.
Yeah.
Oh, I've forgotten to remove this. Okay, well, at the next edit, I'll remove this sentence, which has been moved into the info section.
Yeah, I think that works. I'm going to be very curious to see maybe some feedback that you get tomorrow, Sergey, from the new contributors. If we can get folks to go here and try it, it would be really great. Maybe try to encourage them to try it out and give us some feedback.
Kat is saying there's a typo somewhere.
Where?
Where? Or is that in the... is the typo in your code sample, or is the typo in what we were editing in the manual?
Hello? Let me read through again.
But yeah, does that info block look correct? Is that helpful enough?
I think it's very helpful. Sergey, what do you think?
Yep, it is.
I'm down at the individual tests now, reading that with the filter. The filter makes sense to me. Yeah, there's a straight tick.
other people can see it here as well.
There's a stray tick before
Yeah.
the filter. Yep.
Yep, I'll edit that away.
Control.
Should we make a note somehow that running an individual file works in general, but not currently in WordPress trunk, because that might confuse contributors if they try this in current WordPress trunk, it doesn't work.
The file part should still work. It's the class part which shouldn't work. The class part
Okay.
doesn't work unless the names are matched to the file. So that's why the filter option is better.
Yeah, but I think the file part also doesn't work because I tried it recently.
Try it.
Let me try that just to be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Because I can just copy the file name. I had that file open anyway, so
Or maybe it only works for some files.
let me use the normalized paths. Yep. Sorry, changing all the slashes. Ooh.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay. Yep. All the more reason that ticket which we have open about namespacing and normalizing the names of tests is important. Maybe we should just remove this.
I think remove that for now because it's only going to cause
The
problems.
filter option is so much stronger anyway and more flexible, so let's just use that.
Yep.
And people have the groups option as well still.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is supposed to say because that looks like. Oops. This looks wrong.
No way.
Actually, that's running multiple groups. Right? Oh, but wait, there's some. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
There's some
with
copy paste there that got a little away from somebody. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the tests, which should be tests 37 assertions. It's like no, that's all needs to be deleted.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay. Just take it.
So yeah, something is iffy there, but maybe we could just no, it doesn't actually have examples of group here. It does have the examples of the filter patterns, which are really useful, but it doesn't have examples of the group. So
we could also make a note here that if you see a numeric group somewhere, it's the track ticket number.
yes, that's
From the
a
ticket
good point.
annotation.
Yeah. Okay, so let me see. That one needs to be removed. What we were going to remove this about the file. We're going to remove the backtick and we're going to edit that part. I think we've got enough to do a next edit again.
Yep. Definitely.
Before we forget things while we're discussing stuff. Okay. Yes, done. Mm-hmm. I think we want to do an info block there again. That makes, to me, a lot of sense. Um, um, um,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
okay, and then let's just remove this.
Yeah. Put your closing pre at the end there.
Or should I leave it and then just add a T? I can just run this and see how many tests that
Try
is
it.
now. Mm-hmm. Get a realistic output.
Mm-hmm.
And oh god, oh yeah, as I'm on PHP 8.1 at the moment for the test, you know what? Let me just switch to PHP 8.
There you go.
then at least we don't have those errors at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Which could
Done.
confuse
Let's
folks.
run them again. And yes, I'm on a PHP unit far.
There we go.
Okay, and then let's just
paste that in.
Do it like this.
You've got a lot more of those below, which we might as well do the dash as well, just to separate.
Ew.
Bad gate. Yeah, I had that too. And then I refreshed and it came back. But look at that. I think we've got so many people going there right now, maybe. We killed the server. That was a joke.
Yeah, great.
Oh, that's just awesome. Can you go back? Will it let you go back to retain the edits that you made?
Yeah, I think I retained the edit because it did go through with the save, I think. But we'll see. Let's.
Okay, I'll refresh and see if it's there.
Yeah, so I removed that comment here, so that's okay.
It's there. Yep.
Okay, this part didn't. Yeah, so the code sample for the far file needs to be updated again because that got lost.
Okay.
Running with tests. Okay, running individual tests. It's very
Yeah, I like the way you did the ... and move down the test so that people didn't think, oh, I have to also copy and paste that, right? That can be really confusing to certain new contributors and so on. That, wait, do I copy this whole code block and paste?
Maybe I should even put an extra enter in front above this so people know you have the command and then you have the output in the screen.
Yeah, something just to differentiate.
Maybe I should remove this part.
Remove that. Yep.
The block.
Yep.
But yeah, the numbers here are confusing without having this information. So having this together with the numbers here makes sense to me. And then we can
get rid of that.
And probably remove this one because basically that's then in this example.
Right.
Yeah. So merge this paragraph with that, remove this paragraph.
And now then it goes into to the more verbose, and they're trying to show what the more verbose looks like.
But to be quite honest, I was checking. Okay, is verbose on by default or off? I think it's off by default, but I should be able to see it here. No, it's on by default. Otherwise, we would not see this list of skip tests.
Yeah.
So
you already
it's
have
on
it.
by default. So I don't know why this is being done, because
Was there something in the past with? No, I would just delete that part. I think that's confusing.
The weird thing is I do not actually see verbose being set to on in the.
I think this is still the case that ingest tests are not currently run by default.
What's it?
You're saying it's not?
Yes, it's. I'm currently. I just tried, and the Ajax tests and the same as external HTTP, they are not run by default.
Yeah, it's weird because I'm looking up the default now in the manual, and the default says it's false. I do not see it in the PHPUnit .xml.dist file as a default configuration, so it should not show it, but they are being shown here in the GitHub Actions output.
Oh yeah.
So this is just really weird. So it might be that file. It might be that either the Docker container edits that or something, but the verbo, or maybe it's the command itself. They might have verbose explicitly in the command here.
Right.
Yes, here we go.
There it is. It's right there. Yeah. Okay, so we do want that.
Information is valid. Okay, good.
Kat has a suggestion here to make it clear what you copy paste and change, what the command is versus what the output is. Could it be split so that the output is rendered separately?
Yep. Makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, and that's a good suggestion. Thank you, Kat. So that's would be here.
That would be each one of those.
Well, no, there's only one.
The
other, well, here, this is here are second. Crikey. I think it's, well, let's try it. I'm curious to see how horrible it's gonna look.
Yeah, let's just try it and see.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because I'm afraid the spacing will make it, awkward. But we'll see.
Yeah.
First, you can laugh. Hey, I'm trying to remember to do it.
The longer we go, the sillier I get. So things crack me up faster. Yep.
The worst of it is we keep remembering at this moment, but what about the last edit? Because that's the only important one in reality.
I did a useful thing.
That's sweet that you know you're doing useful things all the bloody time.
Yeah, that's one.
Okay, so that, and then that. And I do think the triple dots before it is useful because it shows like you expect more output before it. You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not just going to see just that.
No, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we? Okay, here we had it to many target.
And while she types that out, I hear the thunderstorm outside has finally left the area. I don't hear hail banging on my window anymore. And the power stayed on! And the stream kept going. Woo! There's a little blurriness, but hey.
There's a sentence here which says the test is skipped if the ticket is still open. In this case, we treat the test as a known bug that will likely fail. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that the functionality is
Yeah,
being disabled for 3 years.
it was a long time ago, and Core no longer uses that.
Yeah.
Thank
We
you for
used to
confirming that,
commit
Sergey.
tests first for a ticket, and then ticket remains open, and that tests are still committed, and the ticket is moved to a future release and never gets committed. So at some point, some of these tests that are not attached to a closed ticket were removed, and this is the sentence no longer applies.
Okay.
Yeah, so in that case, I'm just going to remove this whole paragraph. The first sentence has been moved into the info block.
Yes.
And then the info block continues saying that ticket is an alias for group.
Yes.
And then this whole part about it being skipped is just horribly out of date. So we're removing it.
Bye-bye.
To be quite fair, this whole thing about to forcibly run the skip test for an open ticket, you may specify that ticket as a group. I think we can remove that as well because we've got the groups here in the code sample with combining, and it's just, and we're not skipping the test.
Yeah, I think that can be taken out.
Yeah, this was another part that is no longer relevant.
Yeah.
Because it does not depend on the status of the ticket in this time.
Cool.
Yeah, okay, so to see used for both, that's okay. Yeah, let's go back to the text and see where we are now. Okay, yeah, that code sample is still there. Okay.
Darn thing. It picked up the pre in the command there, but that's okay. We can fix that.
I think it probably looked better as a single code block, but maybe with some white space before the triple dot.
Yeah, I didn't. I clearly put the Gutenberg annotation in, but not the pre-text correctly. So let me sort that out.
Okay.
Copy paste first.
Nah. Yep.
Gosh. This is going to get old really, really fast.
I was going to say, I would figure it's already old.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
You are correct.
About 20 pastes ago, yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, so that is correct with the pre. This is correct with the pre. Here it's not. So pre and pre. So basically I want this and just copy paste that everywhere whenever it's needed. Like here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just save it again, and this should have fixed it. Code sample's still there. Yeah, this looks correct now.
Okay. Is there an option on the highlighter for no line numbers?
I'm pretty sure there is, except then I need the backend editor, which doesn't work.
Yeah.
I think we
That's
need
like
to separate this code block, and that there's a PHPUnit group shortcode with verbose flag. I think it should be in its own code block because it's currently.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hang on, which one are you talking?
And
Where
the verbose flag with the short.
Keep going down.
short
Keep
code
going. Stop.
Group. Yeah, this one.
We're right here. Now go down. Point down to the next line. Right below your cursor.
This is saying group verbose, and it's group shortcode, but it should be verbose.
Right. See, notice that below it says verbose. Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yes. So that should be 4 code blocks.
Yeah.
Let's get it right.
It's in the section for verbose, though.
Yeah, it shows the difference between not verbose and verbose.
Gotcha. Duh.
Yeah, it took me 2 times of looking before I got that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we should even bother with the non-verbose then.
That's kind of what I'm thinking is if it took us a couple of times to go, wait, what? That here, this is trying to say verbose is this. And we've showed other examples above as to what it looks like when it's not verbose, right? Right above the info box shows an example.
Yeah.
So then it's only 2 boxes.
Actually needs the verbose as well. Actually, no, we can just remove this whole block, basically. This bit. And then add that extra bit. The pre and then other.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and then like this.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that should do it.
Okay, refresh.
Yeah, so here we have it
there
now.
you go. Okay. I think that looks a lot better.
Though I have to say, this is not a comment you'll ever come across anymore. Because that was to do with the test skipping tickets, and that's just not used anymore.
Yeah.
So we could, let me see if there's, I have a list of tests which are being skipped, and I can just run one test and get the output for that. So we can, or just copy output
paste
from somewhere, which will show skip tests with a realistic message.
There you go.
Yeah, this could use some more recent example.
Yeah.
Yeah. Edit. Yes, I do know I need to do the code sample, but let's just do that later again.
Yep. But you can do it once instead of every time.
Yeah. And I've got something else underneath my paste at the moment. So this is the one I'm going to use. And then I need to change this to be not a reference to my local system.
Yeah.
Like this. Okay, where are we?
So the good news is that ticket number did get fixed in WordPress 3.5.
3.5. Oh gosh. Yeah, we're a bit beyond that now. Do you notice it's getting dark outside where I am now? But yeah, so this is a realistic one, which I always see. Or which I often see.
Yeah, but we also should update the the group above because it's not
Yes.
a group shortcode.
Right.
Yes, correct. So is it no, I'd need to look that up. Probably DB then,
WPTDB,
isn't it?
yeah.
Is DB a group?
I think it's WPDB.
I'll look it up.
See who can get there first.
WordPress tests, PHPUnit tests, and then which file was it?
Yeah, it's group WPDB.
Yeah.
So you're right, Sergey. It was WPDB. Makes
And
sense.
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Save. Refresh. There you go. Yes. Okay.
Now I'm wondering that 5 may not be correct. So that might
Let me go
confuse
back
people
and
again.
see.
Yeah, there was one skipped test. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's make sure it's actually up to date with the current output of that command if we run that command. Where is it? Too many code samples. There was one skipped test. It does singularize it. Yeah, one skipped test. Okay. And saved again.
Refresh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the rest of the information about running specific tests is perfectly valid. I think it's good that we mentioned the filter option.
We have one more thing I think that we should do up for the Docker workflow specifically is that they're going to need to put a dash separator after they run npm run test : php dash and then group or then filter.
I agree, and but I think we should move at that as a when in the paragraph about running the tests at the end of the Docker section.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Put it up there in the Docker section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Because otherwise, they're going to come down here and go, okay, I just switch out that command with PHPUnit, and it's not going to work for them. So.
Yeah, this whole section, I'm not sure about what to do with.
Let's look at that.
Because it still applies, but only with the Docker workflow, basically.
You know, I've never used that npm run grunt watch PHPUnit to know if does that still even run today?
Sergey, do you use it?
Yeah, I don't use it. I don't.
Here, I'm going to run it right now. Grunt watch dash.
You'd need to edit a file and save it again to see the effect.
Let's see, it's running a whole bunch of stuff here, so hold on. building modules. Running. Come on. Yeah, it's actually going through a whole build cycle here. So. And now it's just sitting and waiting. It never runs the PHP unit stuff. It just runs the watch now. So PHP unit -- PH unit or : doesn't do anything. I got to get out of the watcher. What's it watching? Oh, Juliette, are you still there? You look like you were frozen. No, I see you moving now.
Sorry, I muted myself because I was coughing.
No
Sorry.
problem.
That was it.
So the
Basically,
first...
we need someone who actually runs npm regularly to figure out how to update this section, if at all.
Yeah. Yeah, because that watch would just be, I would think, is you're writing stuff and it watches for a change and then it just keeps running it. But right now on my machine here, and I'm running the Docker, it's not working for me.
If you now edit a file and then save it, that's when it should kick in and run that test.
I did. Yeah. Let me try it again.
That's
Hold on.
Same.
Hold on.
Change the test.
It comes up with a error. Comes up with an invalid value for the constant PHP_version. This breaks fundamental functionalities such as version compare. Please use a different PHP interpreter. Well, thank you.
Oh gosh, you're on Mac.
Yep.
You're on Mac. Yes. Look, can you do PHPUnit -v on your Mac?
Sure.
Now, I think it's PHPUnit -v, but it might be -- version actually. Can you
Ouch.
have a look? Actually do PHP version, because that's the problem.
Yeah,
if you look at the Mac PHP version, it will have a Mac specific one saying that it's deprecated, and it Mac did something. Basically, you need to update something. But Mac did something which broke PHPUnit because they changed the PHP version number in PHP core itself in the version they install with Mac, which is like, don't fucking do this thing.
Oh, I know. So yeah.
And PHPUnit then rightfully turned around and said, seriously.
Yeah.
If then people need to install PHP properly because, no, we're not going to support that.
Yeah, and I have PHP installed I have it installed in different areas, but I actually have it disconnected right now. So when I was playing with my shortcuts, but yeah, we did a VH. Thank you. Yeah, so it does run on my machine. I need to go back and do some work, but yeah, it did run. So having somebody else come and tell us what this workflow.
Shall I get the ticket number of what you need to do?
Oh, that's fine.
No?
No, I said, that's fine. I'm sorry. I was yawning. You don't understand yawn language? Come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually using Brew. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that actually is what I did, and I have different versions in there. So, yep.
Yeah, it's in the changelog of PHP Unit 9.5 and 8.5 as well.
Okay.
I know there's a ticket for it. Let me just go to the changelog and see what the ticket is they refer there. Yeah. Oh,
there it is. Ta-da!
Yeah. I can look up the commit. There will be a reference somewhere.
Sure. Until I haven't run that command in a little while. I've been working a lot in the Docker world lately.
Okay, here we go. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, it just shows the same error message you just got. There's not much more information in the commit, which is not helpful.
Yeah, I'll dig down and see if I can find that.
It is to do with Mac OS.
Yep.
I know it broke PHPUnit. I know Sebastian tweeted about it.
And as soon as you said it, I went, oh yeah, duh. I remember seeing Sebastian's tweet.
Yeah. I've put this link to this ticket in there, and then from there people can search.
There you go.
For the further details.
As you all are doing that. So yeah, we can come back and have somebody take a look at this and see.
Yeah.
So we can skip over that one for now.
Yeah, so basically this needs an update from someone else.
Yep.
Removing it feels a bit like too much at the moment, but at the same time, putting a marker saying this information needs an update.
How do we do that in the rest of the handbook? Is that something that they do, or there has to be some sort of notation that it needs to be reviewed or needs an update?
Yeah, I think I saw some call-out boxes somewhere that this section could use an update. I don't remember the wording, but
yeah,
I saw something like that.
Well, that's something too. Maybe we could ping somebody and see, and then we can just add that in. Async.
Yeah. For now, we're not going to do anything with it.
Yeah, for now.
Okay, so we've written a guide for getting started with writing tests. Let's check if that link is still correct. Yes, it is.
JavaScript test, blah, 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 and then further reading. Okay.
That demonstrates. Oh no, write tests that demonstrate. Yeah, okay. Bonus points for submitting a bug report with a test case included. I fully concur.
Yes, bonus points. There are many opportunities for improvement in the existing tests.
Oh, yes.
Is there a way to just underline that a few hundred times? Some of them are ancient. And others are slow or fragile. Just so everybody knows, once we get through this process, there is a ticket open, and there will be an initiative to go in and do some reorganization, adding cover tags, adding namespacing, and a lot of this looking at each test will occur during that process. So get involved if you want to contribute to that.
Yes, please. And keep coming back to these live streams, because a lot of these tickets will be things we will be looking at during these live streams.
Yes, definitely. So, and if you need any help, any coaching whatsoever on how to write tests, need a code review, just ping us. Okay. Let's see. I think that's pretty good for today. Is there anything that we're missing? Wait a minute. I want to come back up. We talked about under the Docker section, we want to add that little bit about the -- for running the different options.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I need to put the code sample back in.
Right. And
so let's do those two and then have one final look through. Yeah. Let's do the code sample first.
And then this puppy should be ready to go.
Yeah, I think we've made significant improvements here.
I think so too.
Definitely.
Okay.
What, Sergey?
Yep, we did. Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Pass command additional commands line arguments to PHPUnit. You will need to. How do I describe this? Add an extra separator.
Yep.
Double dash separator.
Yeah, I would do double dash and then actually put the command in. You could even show an example if you wanted, if that would make it more clear.
That would be better.
And the arguments.
Commands and the extra PHP units arguments to get npm to pass them onto PHP units.
Correct. Yeah.
And let's do the code syntax highlighting block.
Cool.
And then what was the command? npm run tests php. And then double dash filter, and let's just use the one we used
below.
Before. Like this. Am I forgetting anything?
And then putting the code snippet back in.
Yeah, I've already done that.
You did that? Okay, I wasn't paying attention to that one. Okay, cool.
That's okay.
That was it.
Let's
save it and one last time.
Take a few moments. Kat has a very useful remark to add, but it should be reading, all patches will be rejected without tests updated or new tests added. I fully support that attitude, and I would highly recommend that. I do not think that's currently feasible.
It is not currently feasible. And that's kind of for those who don't know, a lot of areas of core are not testable currently. There would need some work there. And also we have folks who don't know how to write tests. So they'll create a patch for the fix, and then other contributors can come in and add the test, and then that can be committed together. So
and there's as you said, there's also parts which cannot easily be tested at all at the moment, just
currently
by the nature of how the code is structured at the moment. Like one of the patches we discussed the other week for PHP 8.1, where we were looking at the test of the team editor page or the WordPress login page.
Right.
That's something, we should be testing expected output in a way, but that needs a lot more thinking on how to set up tests for that properly.
Correct.
At this moment, we just needed to get that patch in. Anything which could be changed with tests was being done with tests.
Yes. So while yes, and in practice, I agree, it's not always feasible, and then it could also block contributors from actually the ability to contribute if they don't know how to write tests. So by splitting things up where tests are capable of being built, we add that tag on there, needs unit tests. Or in the future, it would also be needs E2E test. And then that flags somebody who knows how to come build those to come build it. Now they can submit a patch with the test.
Yeah. Okay. I see we have a candidate to join the live stream. Abdul.
You notice I added that in because when it was just the three of us, it was squishing the camera to where it was so easy to get out of the camera. I thought, well, heck with it. I'll go back to the 4-up grid so we get the wider shot. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right, let's do a last. Everybody, take a look. Anything you see, let us. It doesn't mean we can't come back later and edit this, but for the effort of today, let's see if this looks good for all of us.
I think I need to add a qualifier here. If you use this workflow, please ensure, etc. Because
Oh, sure.
yeah,
Mhm. That way it doesn't catch someone's eye who isn't using that workflow.
yeah,
Yeah, because it does pop off the page.
yeah.
I don't know about all of you, but I've looked at this so many times now. My eyes are probably starting to glaze over parts of it. Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah.
So I see the section what each symbol means in the output, and there's a sentence that I means the test was marked as incomplete. It would probably be helpful to explain what is incomplete in the test that does not perform any assertions.
Yeah. Well, the test was marked as incomplete. It's literally marked within the test. It's a command within PHPUnit, mark test incomplete. So for people who actually know about writing tests, this makes perfect sense.
And there can also be risky tests, and I think I mixed up. Some tests are marked as risky if they don't perform any assertions.
Yeah, the R is missing.
It is missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kat's
sorry,
saying she's too tired.
But it would still be helpful to explain what incomplete means.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm chuckling. The folks in the chat are taking it upon themselves to make sure that they make me chuckle. So.
So do we want to adjust this now, or do we say we'll do that later?
I think we can adjust that later. Get some better wording in there. I don't think that's stopping us from completing the main thing we needed to complete today, which was the different workflows.
Yeah, I'm also checking if there's not a list with those codes.
Oh, yeah.
As well.
That we could just reference to.
Yeah, I don't see one.
That seems odd.
Oh, there is here. Here it is.
Yeah.
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 What are you thinking? Either just linking to that for definition or copy paste?
I think we might as well copy paste because it looks like nearly all the text was previously copy pasted.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Let's edit it and have a look.
Okay.
And remind me to copy in the code sample again.
Okay.
Okay. Let's make this readable for us for now.
While she's doing that, this message right here makes me so happy. It does. After this broadcast, I'm really motivated to learn unit testing. You made my day.
Abdul, you're very welcome. This is what we like to hear. It's awesome. I've seen, like, after some other broadcasts that new people started opening tickets to write tests or to improve other things we discovered during the session, and it's really also very helpful for us to keep us motivated to do this.
Yeah.
To see that we are helping and inspiring people to contribute more to WordPress.
Right.
So this is awesome. Thank you for giving us that feedback.
Yes, thank you. You know, also, as you see, this is a contributor session. It's not just whoever is on the panel here working. As you notice, you all are joining in to part of this as well. So joining these live streams, look at them too as, yes, you can learn some different things. It can motivate you to do stuff, but it's also an opportunity to get involved. You're contributing right here. Yeah. So thank you.
was marked as incomplete. I.e. not yet implemented.
Yeah.
And then we should add risky.
Right.
R. Means test is marked as risky, and marked as risky. What will be marked as risky very much depends on the configuration in the PHPUnit code, phpunit.xml.dist file. So this can be tests which you've deprecated PHPUnit functionality, or actually no, those get a warning. This can be tests which are particularly slow, or gosh, there's other things as well, or are missing covers tag, etc.
Or don't perform in sessions.
Yep, that's actually a good example, better than the cover tag.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or don't perform assertions.
There you go. Yep.
Is that text clear enough now?
Yes.
And up to date enough?
Yep.
Okay, let me
Do
find
your
that code.
copy paste.
Yeah. Okay, one last review, and then we're really done with this page. And I like what Kat is saying. Testing hard to get started, good to keep going. And by hard, it's more just difficult to get into the mindset rather than doing it. Yeah, a lot of the times writing tests isn't actually particularly hard. You just have to grasp how testing works. And that when I say just grasp, that isn't just grasp. That is something which is a mindset related thing.
Yes.
Which can be, there's certain things like cryptograms you need a certain brain twist to really understand this and do this well. But it's something which is learnable.
Yes.
Which you get better at with practice as well.
I hear a dog.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks pretty good.
I think we should put a hammer on it for today.
I think so too. I think this is a really good place for folks to actually come and run through it, read it, pick your workflow. Is it right? Did we miss a step in there?
Yeah.
Come contribute to it.
I mean, independently of everything else, yes, of course, it can always be improved further.
Sure.
But we've really made significant progress here. Yes. I mean, this page, it was completely out of date no matter what.
Right.
We fixed that. 2, we've now
Whoops.
also made the various workflows, which are available, a lot more obvious and
Yeah.
a lot better documented. So no matter what, this page has seen huge improvements today.
Oh yeah, huge. So I mean,
We've basically rewritten nearly all of it.
yeah. At this point, a contributor could come in, pick a workflow, and get started. May have a few questions, but not
Yeah.
completely stuck. Going, wait a minute, I don't know how to leap from here to here. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so considering the time,
Yeah, I think the third part of our discussion is going to need to move. So
yeah, I agree with you. But I also don't want to leave it that much longer.
no, I
So
don't
let's
either.
see if we can figure out a time somewhere within the next week to get that done. But this
Dude.
needed to get done before the third part. Third part, for those listening, is about the dev note. We're going to publish a dev note to summarize all the changes we made and inform people about how you need to what you need to know for writing tests for core, running tests for core, and what is changed for those people, but also for extenders who run integration tests with the core test suite, what has changed for them and what they need to do. And I do think that dev note needs to get published soonish.
Soon, and that's kind of what I was thinking. We've got some bullet points that we put together. Maybe we could surface those with some folks to get it, so we can just go ahead and draft. And then if we need to get on a working session, we can all jump on a working session together.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
And Pat's saying she's going to try out the various the things we wrote down for this page on Sunday. That's really appreciated. That'd be very helpful to get validation for what's here now.
Yes, please. That'll be awesome. So.
Yeah.
All righty. I think that was a nice long. We tend to have some good working sessions, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, we do need to talk things through, and we do need more people than just one person looking at things like this. Because, we saw the discussions. People have different workflows, different opinions.
That's right.
So it's good to surface all that.
Absolutely. And the only way we can really do that is to pull everybody together and let's discuss. Let's work. So, yeah, this works well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty, I think that's probably good for today. And then, like we said, Juliette, we have those bullet points. So maybe we could just kind of create. We could even do it like in the core test channel if we wanted. If we wanted to do it open or ping certain people to add their points, and then let's just start drafting, and then get that in front of people to say, "What do you think?" And let's get it published. What happened there?
I just stopped sharing because we're not going to do this page anymore.
Yeah, there's me.
And now you're all in full view.
Yeah, it's just me. Well. Alrighty. Anything else that we want to cover today?
Abdul's leaving a remark just now.
There we go.
I'm writing a cookbook on GitHub Pages for a PHP framework to help beginners, and it's really not that simple to convert the thoughts into words, at least for me. So I kind of feel it when you type in docs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yep. These things are always, as Kat also very rightfully say, you can't improve stuff that's not there. I mean, making a start of documenting things is always so much harder than improving on what's already there. So this is a great step we've got here.
Right. And as if you were here earlier when Francesca was here, we talked about there's a big move and an initiative underway to where we're trying to come up with a single source of truth for how you test things, how you set up your environment from scratch. How do you set things up with different workflows, getting those on to learn, coming up with different models, information models in the handbook. So y'all can come contribute to that. Yeah.
Yes, please. That would be great.
Hint. All right. Juliette, Sergey, thanks for joining. Always
Thanks
fun
for
with y'all.
listening again, like always.
Yeah, fun.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here.
You know I love hanging out with you guys. Come on. These things are fun. And thank you, everybody who watched today during the chat and later. Thank you. Your feedback's always welcome.
And especially the people who watched from the very beginning till now.
Oh, my goodness.
Respect for your endurance.
Heroes. We'll see you around Slack. So if you need anything, let's all get contributing. Thank you much. We'll see you all again later.
See you all.
Thank you.
Till next time.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.